Welcome one and all back here to the Umzansi Esports League. The 5th season has commenced and we've returned to see who the best of the best are within the African continent. The best gamers, the best teams, and of course, the best competition on this continent here. My name's Snare. I'm going to be joined today by Tendo Plays and Arrow OG to start off things in the FIFA segment before we move over onto PUBG Mobile. But before we get any of that in the question, before we do anything else, Arrow, you weren't here with us last week. Good sir, how are you? We've missed you here in Umzansi.
I'm doing good. I mean, I have to say, load shedding has gotten the best of me in the previous week, but I'm here to battle it out and give you guys a bit of a show this time around. So let's see exactly how things will be looking out this time.
Speaking of load shedding, Tendo, you have also been afflicted therefore, right? Before you came into proceedings today. So how are you doing and how are you handling these power challenges?
Hey, man, honestly, it's tough, but we got to find a way, because if we don't, then who's going to be here to cause this lovely FIFA action that's happening here in the Umzansi Esports League? At my cousin's house, just vibing out and, yeah, ready to witness all the action. Last week was jam-packed with action, Snare, and I feel like this week is about to live up to it as well.
Absolutely. Last week was an incredible setting, an incredible show. And we know, shout out to Arrow OG and Tendo Plays for making sure that even without power, the show must go on. But with that, we are here to talk about FIFA. And Tendo mentioned that last week we had some incredible games under the belt here. Everybody within the league has played one game up until this point. And that means that it's still anybody's guess exactly how standings are going to look at the very end of affairs. But the way that it's looking right now, at the very least, is that we are ready to see how these players all stack up for their second outing. So let us see what we have in store for you this lovely day. As of course, as usual, we're going to be starting with the FIFA segment, starting off with some crazy games here. Arrow, Ruksa the Ruler, a new kid on the block. It's not his first time competing at all within the Umzansi Esports League, brought to you by Nodwin Gaming Ecosystem, but he's always fallen just shy of being able to get into promotion. He's always been in that promotion relegation playoff and not making his way into the top side of things. How do you think he's going to fare coming up against what is right now looking like the best player on the continent in Julio the Beast Bianchi?
I mean, you pretty much summed it up over there. Best player in the continent up against new blood in the competitive environment who has been, up and down and finally trying to make a mark for himself. So we've seen in the previous seasons the pressure it has for these newcomers coming into such a heated seed, So Beast Bianchi is definitely going to hold himself quite well, but there's always going to be that unexpected play coming out from the new blood. So I'm really looking forward to seeing how Rook can handle himself over here this evening.
Of course, that's going to be the matchup that kicks off proceedings for the day. And then we're going to be moving on to a second FIFA matchup before we head on over to PUBG Mobile. But we need to all remember that we're not playing because it's just fun. This is not an academic exercise. This is for some big money here. Here in the Umzansi Esports League, brought to you by Nodwin Gaming Africa, we have $17,500 on the line to give away for all the winners, everybody who does and puts their best foot forward. Of course, in the FIFA segment, it's $2,500. In PUBG Mobile, $15,000. Might seem unfair at first glance, but we have to remember, Tendo, that in PUBG, you play with the team. In FIFA, it's all you, all by yourself. So no matter what you win, you take it all alone.
Yeah, it's really just about counting on yourself in FIFA. Unfortunately, it's tough because if your back is against the wall and you don't have a teammate to kind of kick you up, you have to do it yourself. You have to be your own teammate. You have to be your own coach in some situations, and you really have to make sure that you've got the energy to just fulfill all those roles. And we'll see exactly what will happen today when we're looking towards this first match, right? Because it's going to be quite interesting to see if Ruksa can hold up against the likes of the Beast Bianchi.
All right. I mean, it's one of these things where the reason why everybody needs to be able to play as well as they can is you want to make sure that as you begin proceedings, you get off to a strong early couple of matches, because the difference between coming at the bottom, 8th place, $50, very far removed from what you attain from winning the Umzansi Esports League, $1,200 available for whoever comes first at the end of proceedings. And that does mean that every single game is of utmost importance, because, Arrow, you can see it here. Each position you go up, with the exception of 8th, 7th, which is, obviously the relegation zones, but the increments just start looking kind of ridiculous as you go higher and higher. So it's imperative that you do not allow yourself to falter on any of these matchups, isn't it?
Yeah. I mean, you will need like a 100% coming into the scene over here. You'd need to give your 110 even at some points. Because I mean, Beast Bianchi, best player in the continent, but even him has had some losses in the Umzansi League. So I mean, it's really gonna wire down to the very last match, I think, and I hope, because that just brings in a better chapter, a better journey for the season that we have right here. So $1,200 and then second place 500. I mean, that there already is worthwhile grinding the game and grinding the hours in the season here.
Absolutely, and we all have to remember just how difficult it is to grind out in the Umzansi Esports League, brought to you by Not On Gaming Africa. It's not just these situations where you come in hot one day, play 16, 18 matches, win a title. No. You have to be consistent over the course of weeks, and that is a very different kettle of fish than simply showing up hot on one particular day. And of course, that is the nature of the challenge required for you to overcome if you want to be regarded amongst Africa's best here in the Umzansi Esports League. So with that, we are now, of course, going to be thinking about who is going to be playing today. We've already discussed it a little bit here. Ruxa the Ruler taking on Giulio the Beast Bianchi. But to put it into perspective, how this matchup is so important, look at their relative positions in the leaderboard right now. We have the Beast Bianchi at the very top, 4 goal difference in advance because of his massive win against Darth Mayhem. If he wins another one with a high goal difference, not only does he attain more points, but he's staying very, very, very far ahead on the goal difference side of things. And for Ruxa the Ruler, unfortunately for him, if he has this issue here, Arrow, that if he loses, right, you not only drop down, but you're starting to get very iffy about your goal difference, because we've seen that can be the difference between staying in the league and having to fight again for relegation.
Exactly. So, I mean, for Rook right now, all he has to do is, I mean, I don't want to say he's going to lose, but try concede less goals than he had planned for. So the Beast Bianchi is going to be coming through very heavy, and he's going to be showing in a lot more competitive. 4 goals to Darth Mayhem. Darth Mayhem has been here seasons before, and he's already joined in with so much aggression to his gameplay. So let's see exactly what that means going up against Rook right now. Rook, who has to go in with a lot of aggression himself. Will he be able to counter those goals and keep his goal difference like -1, or maybe even score? I don't know. It's tough to say. It's tough to say what the play out could be here for these two.
That's the very exciting thing, though, is that it's always hard to say. It's, we can always talk. We have our conjectures. We have our ideas about how these games are going to unfold. But ultimately, it is the case, Tendo, that nobody actually knows until you get on the pitch. That includes the players themselves, because we've seen upsets. All these players that are in the bottom 4 right now have taken games off of everybody that's in the top 4 at this moment in time. So it's not like this positioning tells you anything or allows you to rest and to just take your foot off the gas. You still have to play at the maximum level, don't you?
Yeah, I think it is going to be, like I said earlier on, where it's about fulfilling all those roles as a team, even though you're an individual, and just making sure that you can come in, fully focused and ready on the objectives that you have to accomplish, right? And I mean, any mistake here and there can really shake up the table leading onto the season, because it's not a double round robin kind of situation where, let's say you stumble across in that one game with your opponent, and you're like, all right, maybe next time I can sort them out. No, you get one shot. Ruxa's only got this one shot against the Beast Bianchi to possibly give us an upset and just give us, a show. And or this might be just another time for the Beast Bianchi to just collect his points and keep moving on. We'll see exactly, but I always talk about goal difference. This is going to have to be a big test for Ruxa to not concede too many goals as well, right? Because you don't want to end up in a situation where we see Darth Mayhem. He's at the bottom of the leaderboard right now, even though he's only lost 1 game, like all the other 4, right? It's just that goal difference pretty much just is going to bite you at the end of the day.
it really can bite you at the end of the day, and that's why you have to make sure that you keep the goals level, or at the very least score the goals yourself. With that, while we're getting ready to get into the game here, gentlemen, one of the things that leads to you being able to get those goals, Arrow, or prevent massive goal difference comes down to your team selection. We've seen a bevy of different players occupy these teams over yesterday, over the last initial days. Talk to me about which player cards you think are really, really strong that you're hoping to see as much of in the upcoming season as possible.
I'm glad you asked. I actually played the foot weekend this past weekend, and I had the Atal shapeshifter. He's a CM in the shapeshifter, and he has a 5-star weak foot. So I had a goal outside the box with my right foot and a goal with my left foot, and I think he's gonna be a key player. Maybe we'll see him in some of the teams coming in today, as well as a Marquinhos striker. I mean, like, these things are crazy. So I think some shapeshifter cards, and as well as some team of the season will definitely be the card selections here. Ronaldo, Messi, Eusebio, and then as well as Pele, Henry. Those guys are always going to be in your teams no matter what. So let's see exactly what these guys have selected. I mean, we've always seen weird teams come into play. And even from Masoom, if you remember last season, Masoom didn't really even have one of the most OP teams, and he still stays here around for this season.
Yep. We've seen demonstrated here in the Umzansi Esports League that no matter what caliber card that you have available for yourself in the team, it's all about how you utilize those cards, how you actually play the game. Your approach matters much more than simply your fortunes when you get into those pack draws. And speaking of, one of the things I'm very excited about, Tendo, I still, we've been seeing a lot more solidity when it comes to like the attacking forces, right? There's a couple of names that float in and out, but it's gaining some kind, it's still a bit random, but you're starting to see a meta develop that side. I still think outside of the defender Marquinhos, there's still no, and Chiellini every now and then, there's still no real certainty as to what the defensive line should look like. Achraf Hakimi has sometimes given way to different fullbacks. We've seen them being a bit hesitant to pick Reece James over Trent Alexander-Arnold, or vice versa, depending on the player. Do you think we're going to have a difference here today, and a situation where we have something not necessarily, or something that will shake up a bit more clearly as to what the best kind of players to put in the fullback positions are?
I think you're missing a key player there. It might be Rudiger, right? Because a lot of people have been picking Rudiger. He's been a pretty strong fullback, and I think it's gonna be maybe one of those decisive kind of picks, especially when he's coupled up with Marquinhos. I'm not too sure who it was last week that had that combination, but the defensive line was really strong. But again, honing into this match, Rutsa versus the Beast Bianchi, this is gonna be a very strong defensive game, I feel, for Ruksa, because we know the Beast Bianchi can come out at you in full force, and if you're not ready for that full force, you're going to be pretty much on the back foot most of the game. And there's nothing wrong with playing on the back foot if you have a good game plan, right? If you can absorb the pressure and just work off counter attacks, you can still find the winner. But if the backline starts to crumble, then you're going to start thinking about all these picks that we're talking about. But yeah, I'm just waiting to see what's going to happen. I'm not too convinced yet on what Ruksa's putting up on the table in the Umzansi Esports League thus far. I need to see this game. After he performs against the Beast, then I'll be like, all right, cool. We can maybe start to pin him against a couple more other people. Like, all right, this is where he weighs in with like the likes of Masoom, with Defag, etc., etc. Speaking of those players, last week, it's not like we saw them in their full complement as well. I think a lot of players are, in the beginning of the season, still finding their stride. Obviously, still trying to feel out how people play. It's only been one game, like we said. So I think maybe after the third game, people will be a little bit more comfortable.
We of course want to be seeing more of these games unfold, but something that I've just been thinking about in terms of the schedule for both of these players, right? It's a bit unfair, Arrow, that Beast Bianchi gets to play Ruksa the Ruler and Darth Mayhem back to back, in a situation where these are players that have been promoted that still have to prove themselves in the Umzansi Esports League. And yet Ruksa, he starts his showing taking on Bobo Beast, who has already shown and demonstrated that he belongs here at this point in time. And then now he has to go straight into Julio the Beast Bianchi. Beast on beast, man. That doesn't seem fair for the poor man.
It doesn't, but something tells me that it prepares him going forward into the thing. Because, imagine him up against Divac or whatever the case may be, and he does get the win over there. That would give him a little bit of a confidence boost. So he's being humbled and he's learning through this experience. So I think right now what we can see coming out from these two matches that he's already had and about to have right now is that it's going to be a major learning curve on where he can adapt his gameplay and where he can change his gameplay. So I really feel like it was necessary for him as new blood, to be swimming in a pool of sharks where it's just a little bit of a goldfish there.
Oh man, be having to swim in the pool of sharks. That doesn't sound like a good time for anybody but us, because we're going to be entertained seeing how he can escape the jaws of these sharks and escape being chowed down upon. So far, he's already done a decent enough job, only having 1 goal negative in the goal difference tally, which means that, although his points are at 0 at the moment, all he needs is 1 or 2 wins, maybe even a couple of draws here and there, and suddenly his fortunes of staying in the division are much, much higher than they would be otherwise. Of course, that is all predicated on how he performs against Julio the Beast Bianchi, a man who's just been tearing things up all across the world. Just as we get into the game, boys, one final thing, Arrow. We were talking about this last week, myself and Tendo, the development of this lob pass meta. Are you a fan, my friend?
Not really, no, because I haven't done any of those. Even time shooting, like I've just deactivated all those things. I'm more of a generic guy who just likes to pass and play, and that's just me. But yeah, let's see what these guys will be doing when we get into the game.
Well, you are in luck, sir. We are about to get into the game. Julio the Beast Bianchi taking on Ruxa the Rulers. Their opening matchup here in the second week of the Umzansi Esports League Season 5. We've got Tendo and Arrow on the mic. Take it away, boys. Good luck and have fun.
All right. It is a new week for the Umzansi Esports League here, ladies and gentlemen, joined by Iro. There's a big attack starting off. Not too sure if this will lead towards anything. It doesn't really lead towards much. And the ball will be able to be recycled there by Ruxa, but he's still absorbing a lot of pressure over here, isn't he, Iro?
He is. I mean, Bianchi's coming in full force already, bringing in 2 players into the marking field as well when losing the ball over there. As you can see, the pressure is valid, but does look like now he has that time to breathe. And I say that, and it just goes out for a throw for him right here.
Yeah, we'll see what Ruxa can do. So far, he's got quite some interesting players on his side. I saw Ben Yeda there. I saw Fontana. This is a good pass into some space over here. Sadio Mane's on his side as well. A cross in, and maybe something will come from this as he works his way in the box. But in the box, it goes straight to a defender. And the Beast Bianchi will be able to recycle that ball. Another player that's been popping in with these player cards is Bellingham. I don't know what your opinion is on Bellingham right now, Iro. He's worked quite well for the Beast in his last match up against Darth Mayhem. We'll see if he can, be just as successful over here against Ruxa.
I don't know. Jude hasn't really, like when I play my foot games and stuff, I haven't really seen Bellingham there as an option. But maybe, these guys are your experts. They know exactly what cards to use, what players to have in and around, whether defenders, midfielder and forward. So really, they know the strategies. That's why they're here in the Umzansi playing at a high level of competitive style. So really, if it's Bellingham, then I should be implementing the same thing going into my next weekend.
Coming into that, it looks like Dele Alli's on the ball, but loses out. And so far, Ruxa's defense is looking quite nice and stark. Long ball out just to clear it. Maybe he was hoping to get onto that one, but it looks like the Beast Bianchi will be able to recycle that all the way from the back. Not much room for him to work with, but he's finding a few pockets of space onto Mbappe. Mbappe might be able to get past the defender, but no, the defender stands strong. The ball is out, but not out for much longer as he's trying to send it back in near the Beast Bianchi. Maybe a little bit too excited right now, Iro. Not too sure. Maybe he needs to calm things down and play a little bit more precise.
Yeah, precise indeed. But here, there's just so much more added pressure coming in from Bianchi. He's not giving out a lot of breathing space and possession for the Ruska to sort of gather his team and formation to form over here. So his players are all over the place. You see his forwards moving back and his forwards moving up front. So there's just a lot of pressure right now present from Bianchi, and you can just see by the amount of time held on the ball over here, and that just means an opportunity is going to open at some point, because when pressure is valid like this, a gate is there and you will see a through or even just a normal pass available. of coming in from Bianchi. But right now, on the ball with Rooks, it does look quite well for him. He's also been making a lot of mistakes on these passing. He's trying to get a long-range pass, but it's just not working out for him at this range. He just needs to be more composed and breathe a little bit in these intense situations.
He does need to find a little bit more composure, especially if he's going to be on the defensive a lot, right? When those counter-attacks are gifted to you, you need to make sure they are concise. Now Mbappe's on the ball, dribbling towards the edge, trying to find a little bit of space. James on it. Sancho now finds the turn, running it in. Maybe a cross, maybe a shot. We'll see exactly what it is. It's a pass in. It's a goal in here for the Beast Bianchi. Starting it strong. Kylian Mbappe on the board. 32 minutes in. And I mean, 32, not too bad, I think. Looking at Rutsa, he was able to hold the defense for quite some time. He was really on the back foot if you're looking at it mostly, trying to make sure that the Beast Bianchi was held at bay. But unfortunately, just a few too many errors inside the defense there.
No, definitely. I mean, we look at him taking those balls out and trying to get it onto Mane, but it's just not connecting. More composed passing coming from him. His defense line was broken quite easily in that position. There's something that he can now look out for going into when we are resuming the game and so forth. But the pressure from Bianchi, I mean, he's just honestly putting in there, and he's had the ball. And that's what I was talking about. When you have the ball and you're always on the back end trying to defend, there's always going to be that one slight move or slight mistake that you will make as an individual, and it's just going to cost you a goal, which we see right now. Bianchi leading 1-0 with the Mbappe goal. Really just a tap-in coming in from Mbappe, but it is still a lead.
A lead is a lead indeed. And we'll see now. Holding onto the ball on the edge over there. Bellingham on it, passing it back to Sancho. Sancho's been a danger man thus far for Ruksa. He needs to find a way to isolate him, get him out of these plays. The pass through now to Bellingham, who loses out at least now to one of the defenders here for Ruksa. So he can string together an attack. Hopefully he'll be able to hold on to the ball. Good turn back there just to gain a little bit more of possession, but it's going to be an offside. Beast Bianchi will be on it.
Yeah, no, the composed really needs to come in, maybe even second half where he gets the time to breathe a little bit over here. Mbappe on the ball, and the ball possession gets lost at this point. Now we see Mane keeping his players at bay, and just the aggressive passing coming out from Ruksa, which is not in his favor right there, and it's opening up quite big. If you see that midfield area open, there goes the dribble to Bellingham. Ronaldo on the ball here, and he's trying to get the dribble, but it isn't going to go in his favor as it stands. Ruksa, let's see exactly what happens, but no, same mistakes yet again.
Yeah, same mistakes yet again, and it's going to really stack up very soon for him if he's not careful here, and he is just a tiny bit. Gets the ball out the box for now, but right now on this attack, he needs to make sure he's composed, and no composure found. It will go to the halftime at least. You can catch a breath, a breather. That was a quick off.
It was.
That was an oddly quick off. It felt as if, it just went back and forth almost. But mostly inside the half of Ruksa, unfortunately. It was the Beast Bianchi attacking on the one side and then him defending and squandering the ball in his half. And then it leads to the Beast Bianchi attacking again. But not too many goals, right? It's still held at 1. So you can't really complain too much from Ruksa. I think he just needs to, like we keep saying, find a little bit more composure and he'll be all right.
Yeah, like I discussed, it's not like I'm one Ruksa to go into this and he's losing automatically. But I mean, he's up against the best player that we have right now in South Africa, in the continent. And when going up against him, you can expect a lot of goals conceded. So the goal here for Ruksa is that he keeps himself composed, and his defense line is looking quite good. It's just those mistakes, getting the ball out, getting some space in between his players. Because, I mean, his formation is constantly moving up and down, and you can see the strategy coming out from his players. And it's just when that's been broken time in and time out, and we'll see this, what a save coming out over there. Beautiful. Edison on that. It's a Koros. He goes in, still has the player on pass, but goes on to Son. Good dribbling. Gomez. Defender doing the works. Now Son trying to make a space, but unfortunately it is going to be blocked. And now this is the time to be composed and just take that breather and see exactly how you can widen your formation, get them back into their natural formation right over here.
And look how many players are in the half of Rixa right now. He's really facing it all. At least he'll be able to breathe for just a second. It really just takes one attack for him to find a way to level this out. But look at the defensive line from the Beast Bianchi. It's looking strong, and strong it is, as James is able to just gather that ball up. There's a player making a deep run in, but no one's going to spot that one out just yet. Sancho's on it, finds a little lob pass on to Mbappe. Mbappe's in the box. This could be danger for Ruxa if he's not careful, but just a bit too many touches on the ball. We'll send that one out. And again, Ruxa's just managing.
And all that it is this beautiful pass coming in. Mbappe takes the shot, and yes, it goes in. It is 1-1. Half-time coming in over here. Amazing scenes from Ruxa with an Mbappe goal. What a through ball though that was. What a great vision coming out from Ruxa on that pass.
Oh no, the worst time to get a goal scored is right after you score, and somehow he defends that one. The player, a wall that the Beast Bianchi are unable to get through. And I was speaking about this in the pre-game, where this game really for Ruxa, it's not bad for him to be on the back foot defending the whole time like he is. If he finds counterattacks just like that, if he can open up the space on the Beast Bianchi, who's getting too comfortable in his half, things can lead to something different. But now the Beast Bianchi's back on the ball. He's angry. He's got Son on it. Son can't find some space, so he has to play it back. We'll see if the Beast Bianchi will be able to penetrate the defense. Thus far, he's found only the one goal. Ronaldo on it, back to Bellingham. Sancho now trying to run it in. The space is limited. There's not much room. It feels like Ruxa's really starting to get a read on the Beast Bianchi.
It is, and it's cutting him off over there and bringing in the marking, which is great. We've seen it coming out in the past couple of minutes right here. Will he break is the question. With so much passing going in, it's just a moment of mistakes coming in for either of the players right there, and we do see it, the double man marking, putting in a lot of pressure onto Mane all the way back as well, not in formation over there, so that could be interesting, maybe changing his entire strategy to bring all his players to fullbacks, because he's happy with the one-on-one going into the first leg over here for the evening. So let's see exactly what that means going over with the last 20 minutes over here of the game.
Yeah, this is a game of two legs, so this is not over just yet. There's still time for either player. Even still time in this game, right? It's only 17 minutes down. Some plays are being made. Bellingham's in the center, onto Sancho's just on the edge of the box, and he loses out over there, the Beast Bianchi. So he needs to be just a tiny little bit careful. He's got enough defenders back here to cover this up. Ruxa just squanders it down the middle. So now the Beast Bianchi will have the opportunity to work with the ball. Finds Ronaldo. Ronaldo tries to turn, but doesn't find much space from it. Bellingham back to Ronaldo. Screen of blackness and fear, and maybe the fear will strike now, as we was about to get a shot in, but the defense just able to contain that quick enough for Ruxa. And yeah, just back and forth, and the Beast trying to penetrate and try and get a shot in, but not really finding much in. And the Beast usually starts off slow. I think from what I've observed, he's usually a slow starter, and then he really starts to pick it up. So second leg, he might be dangerous, but he's dangerous. Yeah, there's a shot in, but the post, the 12th man comes in to protect him. Ruxa gets to live another day.
Ooh, the goalkeeper's best friend over there, and this could be a potential counter-attack. Mbappe on the ball right now. He goes in for a through ball, but that isn't going to connect at this stage. But the pressure is still on. It's Ben Yedder who can't get a pass or do something in this position. Maria on the wing right now. Still a lot of pressure coming in from Ruxa as it stands, but he is going to lose the ball with Vera. And now a counter-attack could potentially be outbroken right here. And we see so many players open right now. It goes in for the top pass, but it isn't going to connect over there. I feel like a low ground pass would have worked perfectly in that situation for Bianchi. And just a little bit of an nothing too dramatic.
Just a bit cheeky, You never know. Sometimes they go through. Beast is really angry right now. It's like there's no ways this game's going to end as a draw. I need to score right here. I am the Beast Bianchi. I have something to prove, right? And I mean, so does Ruxa have something to prove. He has to prove that, hey, I can compete in this league. Yes, you are a top dog, but I am a top dog in my own right, in my own form. But maybe I'm speaking too soon as Mbappe is in a dangerous position in the box, but contained by the defense once again. Ruksa the ruler ruling right at the back.
Definitely. And it does look like that ball's going to go out, and some strategy changes in play over here for the last few minutes that we have of the first leg over there. But he's handled second half quite better than we did see in first half over there.
Yeah, definitely handled it, right? He found a goal. That's a positive already coming in from it. Defense has been solid. And I think what I can really criticize is the Beast Bianchi's play. He feels a little bit too settled in, like right from the beginning. Like, all right, you know what? I can play my game over here. And it feels like I'm just going to have to force Ruksa into these awkward positions. And Ruksa's been in these awkward positions, but he's been managing to control the game as much as he can from his side. Just a few minutes left over here. This throw is probably going to end things off. He's just going to try to run it in.
Wouldn't talk too soon, Tendo. Anything's possible, especially when the ball's still in play right now on Beast Bianchi.
There you go. Nah, don't worry. He's got it. Oh, wait. Ruksa is still running it. The ref hasn't said anything, but the slide tackle comes on through to end it, but the ball's still in play. Mbappe's on it. He might find some space. A hope to shoot it in.
Whoa!
And he does over here. The Beast Bianchi. A brace from Mbappe.
What a goal. What a way to finish it. You know,
I spoke too soon. I can't
You
speak
did
too
speak
soon.
too
Oh,
soon.
no.
You did speak
Oh,
too
you
soon.
hate to see it.
But that's Beast Bianchi. That's his cookie in the jar, you know. And when he pulls it out, he does it in dramatic essence. And we've seen it time in and time out, and he's here doing it yet again. What a way to just finish that off with the first leg. 2-1. But he handled himself quite well. Ruzka, I'm happy for him. He's handling that pressure. I mean, Beast Bianchi had 4 against Darth Mayhem, and here against the individual. I don't know what that first leg looked like for Beast Bianchi in the first week, but I think from what I'm seeing, it's looking quite tough for both competitors.
I think these legs are starting in a similar fashion. I feel in that first leg last week, the Beast Bianchi was really slow to start off things, and that's when we were starting to worry myself and stare like, oh, whoa, wait, maybe Darth Mayhem has something to say over here. We're speaking too soon. As we get to that second leg, and the Beast Bianchi just turns on, and we're starting to see it right towards the end over there. He starts to just explode, and unfortunately, Riksa was unable to contain that situation. We'll see now, leading into the second leg, if Riksa has it in him to hopefully find the first goal. Because if the Beast Bianchi finds the first goal, I don't think it's going to be easy for him to find 2 goals in that second leg, Riksa. So he really needs to make sure he comes out in this first game on top. This first half, rather, in the second leg on top.
Yeah, no, definitely. I mean, even just a goal from him could mean that things are now tied and they can continue on with the back and forth that we've seen in the first leg. So, I mean, pressure is here, pressure is there, but nobody's really have broken just yet. I mean, we've had that amazing goal to finish things off, but that is just the final moments. You're not breathing, you know, the nerves are high. You're begging the referee to blow the whistle, and it's just not going in your favor. So you thought he probably had that comfort going into him. You know what? We've made it. But here's the final shot coming into play, and Mbappe had to go in and score that one there.
Unfortunate scenes here for Ruksa, but like we said, this is a game of 2 halves, or 2 legs rather. And that second leg is about to get underway. And underway here it goes. We'll see if Ruksa can answer back to what the Beast Bianchi has put up on the table. Beast starting us off. He's looking to penetrate the defense, find an early goal maybe to just ignite his campaign in this. But yeah, the defense still switched on from the last one.
Definitely switched on over here in this scene right now. Good run on doing, but he did not spot that out. Hernandez onto the ball. Mane. Ooh, great play. Handling himself quite well to the start of first half, but I say that too soon as he takes it out for throw in over here onto Beast Bianchi. And you just don't want to be giving Beast any opportunity of possession right now, as we are 1 goal behind. We need him to come through with a clutch in the first moments to bring things off the pressure from that previous 90 minutes. And I'm saying this, and Mbappe is doing some magic, but it doesn't falter through. So we're seeing a back and forth yet again.
Back and forth yet again, but in the half of Ruksa, he needs to bring it into the Beast Bianchi's half. There's a run over here, and he's found it. It's Mane on it. He crosses in. This could be a goal.
Oh, no.
What? How does he miss that?
No.
There's
many
no
no's.
ways. Just all the no's in one sequence of play. It was looking so good. Mane had that run in, and now it's looking dangerous because Sancho's on the ball. There's players making a run on in here for the Beast Bianchi, but the defense is able to just control that, just calm things down. We're getting a little too excited.
A little bit too excited, but Ben Yedder now back in action over here in the front of Beast Bianchi. And as things stand, the pressure is there, the defense is there, the line is not being broken just yet. And now we see Fofana onto Vera with an opportunity to somewhat cut through over here, but it goes all the way back to Mane, and it's just now a triangle play pass coming out from Ruska, and hopefully he's able to see a line of sight where he can just break through. And unfortunately, that defense is so rock solid, and he couldn't get through.
Just couldn't get through. There's a Q post up right now for Ruksa. He's feeling a little bit of the pressure. He needs to adjust a few things already. 18 minutes down. We'll see what can happen from this attack. The Beast Bianchi, Bellingham on the ball. A little bit of space to work with. The pass is squandered a little bit as the defense holds onto it, but it's back in for the Beast Bianchi, and it's just tiki-taka at the back right now. Oh, that's a really bad pass coming in from Ruksa, the ruler. He's going to have to be careful, but his defense is off the mark to try and contain the situation. But Bellingham is still on the ball. Bellingham has an opportunity to find the pass, but the pass is intercepted. And he will get to breathe. He's losing the ball again. Ira, what's going on?
Here it's just the composure. I mean, there's a lot of pressure, a lot of reds in the box of Ruska right now, and he needs to do something about it. Ruksa here with the defense.
Okay. Big goal coming in there from the Beast Bianchi. Unfortunately, it looks like we've lost the line with Iro for just a second. But some great play coming in from the Beast Bianchi. He finds the link up. He's been putting a lot of pressure onto Ruksa, and Ruksa is just unable to answer back. And now he's up by 2 goals on the aggregate. It is 3-1. If you're just joining us now, it is the Umzansi Esports League hosted by Nodwin Gaming. This is the FIFA22 segment, and it's heating up. I'm cold right now in the room, but this game is definitely keeping me warm. Ruksa now needs to find a way to clap back. Well, it is all but done for him. And here he goes on the offensive. But there's just so many red jerseys in front of him that it's looking just a tiny little bit tough. And now, a couple of passes in, Vieira. And he's just playing it in the back, still keeping it in his half. Finds a nice little through ball here that's been a lot of trouble for the Beast Bianchi to contain. Mane to Di Maria, Vieira, onto Mbappe. And it's just tiki-taka without really finding any space to work with right now. He finds a little room now with Di Maria, trying some skill moves there to try and get past the defender, but just won't work out for him. And now the Beast Bianchi can recycle the ball. He can move it forward for himself. Maybe he'll find another goal in here. Of course, for the Beast Bianchi, he needs to make sure he can score as many goals as he can against Ruksa, right? Because the more goals that he can score, the easier it is for him to stay at the top. And there's some space for him now. He hasn't found a good channel to work with just yet, but almost a shot in. Will contain it. Ben Yedder squanders the ball back into the red jerseys of the Beast Bianchi. Dele Alli on it, running it down. Just holding off, trying to find another channel to work with. Bellingham, Ali on it now. Sancho, Mbappe in a dangerous spot, but the defense is on it. We'll see exactly what will happen, and it will just be an offside. Just chilling for now. Ali on it, down to James. To Beast Bianchi. Still putting a lot of pressure in the half over here of Ruxa the Ruler. As Ruxa really needs to get this ball, send it forward, try get some more numbers in front, but he can't. And the ball's still in the hands over here of the Beast Bianchi. This pass through. He has an opportunity to take a shot. He's holding onto it for quite some time. The players are closing him down, but they haven't gotten the ball. He's just playing with his foot at this point. He tries to take a shot. Sancho's still on it. Sancho's holding it in the box. And if you're Ruxa the Ruler right now, you are sweating. You are hating it. It's a short corner in. Sancho now with it, sending it wide to Bellingham. Maybe a crack of a shot might come through as the turn is in. But Ruxa will contain it. Hey, whoa, bro, chill. What are you doing? That's not the side that you need to score in.
What was that, Tendo? That was almost the most catastrophic mistake of all time. If that had happened,
I don't even know, man.
if that had actually gone in, if I'm Ruxa, I'm just quitting. We're throwing the control through the TV. We are done at that point in time. But wow, what a matchup there. So far, it's looked like the Beast Bianchi is just cottoning on to exactly what he needs to do to control Ruxa. It did seem in that first leg in particular that Ruxa was sort of finding the rhythm against the Beast, figuring out exactly which passes to intercept, how to approach this game. But as time has been going on, Tendo, Beast Bianchi just is camped out basically in the final third of Ruxa. And he's just been defending each and every pass, but he's not looking as crisp as he was in the first leg, fam.
Yeah, he's not looking crisp at all, honestly. And he really needs to start watering the plants and see if he can sprout any moments of greatness. Right now, the Beast Bianchi has just been playing in his half pretty much. And he's still in his half. He's Mbappe! He's trying to get the roulette through, but for now, he's still held at bay. The defense is like, no, not today. But today, it's Dele Alli who's on the ball. Yay! Gotta calm down over there with Son. And, I mean, it's kind of a hard match to watch, right? Because it's not as if the Beast is winning too much, but he's winning just enough that he knows he can play with his foot a little bit over here.
Yep. I think what probably happened after he scored that decisive second goal in the first leg, he saw how he got to that goal. He realized that, wait a second, these long out balls and these more considered play wasn't necessarily working, but these skill moves and out-tricking Ruxa the Ruler seems to be the path forward. So he utilized that to great effect, and now it seems like he just knows that he's got our boy Ruxa's number here. And it's a shame, because I really thought that Ruxa would make this a bit more competitive, but it looks like he's losing a bit of confidence. He'll need to string through a successful attack to gain some of it back. Hell, even just being able to maintain the ball at this point, Tendo, is going to be counting as a win for him. But unfortunately, this keeps happening. He'll get the ball. As he tries to progress it further up the pitch, he realizes he can't, and then he's forced to play sideways or backwards, which is fine for Beast Bianchi, right? He's getting nowhere near the goal, so he doesn't have to worry about the attack.
Yeah, it just seems a bit offbeat from Ruxa all of a sudden, right? He was really, like you said, finding the rhythm, getting in sync with what the Beast Bianchi was doing. And now everything just seems a little bit off center. Now Mbappe's on it. And Mbappe's got to be careful because thus far, every single player has been losing the ball drastically. Fofana now, maybe he can find some space down the middle. Ben Yedder on it. Vieira, Fofana. And I mean, even if you're looking at the roster of Ruxa, right? Some interesting names popping in over there. Couple that people are using, but his midfield is definitely different. Di Maria with the shot in!
Whoa.
How does that miss?
Oh my god. How does that miss, Tendo? That should have been in the back of the net, bulging out, making this one 1-1 in the second leg, but instead, Beast Bianchi maintains his 1-0 lead here, and the 2 goals on aggregate, and he might make it 3, Tendo. He drags out the keeper after the lob ball. Wow. Mbappe clear on goal, and he will never miss from that situation. It is now 2-0 in the second leg. It is 3-1 on aggregate. Julio, the Beast Bianchi, you were mentioning it to Errol earlier on that this is how it started last week, Tendo. Started slowly against Darth Mayhem. He got scored against by Darth Mayhem. It looked like Darth Mayhem could do it, but then the Beast is like, you know what? Here is the actual killer switch. I'm putting it on, and what are you going to do to deal with this?
Oh, now he's just alive. He's just in there. He's just causing trouble, havoc for the likes of Ruxa the Ruler. It's actually 4-1 on aggregate, if I'm not mistaken. He won the first leg 2-1.
I forgot.
Yeah, so it's actually it's a tough one right now. If you are Ruxa, it's one of those goal games where you just have to make sure you don't get scored any more goals or try to, find a few consolation goals, right? Because like we always say, those goal difference points are gonna come back to bite you if you're not careful. Some nice link-up play over here from Ruksa, but the defensive line just closes him out. Won't find much from it. 70 minutes on it. There's still a lot of time for the Beast Bianchi.
I love how you say there's not a lot of time in the game. There's time for Beast, specifically for him.
Now, I'm just saying because honestly, like I was saying, it seems as Ruska just like lost tempo, lost beat. But Ben Yeda's on it. Ben Yeda finds a goal. I speak too soon. Maybe I should just like cost and curse the whole entire match and just be like, yeah, the Beast has got this in the bag. He's about to win it, and then Ruxa will just make his comeback in here. Right now, it's sitting 4-2 on the aggregate, so the Beast Bianchi still in the lead just a little bit.
Yeah, just a little bit. It's interesting that Druxa got that goal with Ben Yeda, though. He was a scourge of the 21 season. In FIFA 22, I'll be honest, I've been enjoying many games without having to see Ben Yeda, but might be making a comeback. It all depends on how things go over the next couple of weeks. For now, though, we do see Julio the Beast Bianchi using a lot of players that I have been coming across all the time. You were talking about Tony Rudiger, and also we have to give shout out to Reece James. It's been very effective on that right flank for the Beast. And as I outline him, the Beast will utilize him to get the ball very far forward. Dele Ali on the other side of it, who finds a lob ball to Mbappe. The shot does strike in. A little bit ambitious from the Beast, if we're going to be completely honest. But it doesn't matter, Tendo, because he has the latitude to make those edge-of-the-box shots. He just can look for style points now because he not only knows that he's won this match, he's not only gotten that additional goal difference, he also knows that if he just keeps it as it is right now, he's 6 goal difference up. There's no way that anybody else is going to catch him today, even if they all win their games that are close to him.
There's no ways anyone would catch 6 goals, considering the next matchup is what, Bobo versus Young Savage. I don't really see either of them scoring 6 against the other, so he'll still be up there at the top. So it's looking good for the Beast Bianchi, right? A couple of goals in, but nothing really to worry about. We'll see now from the short corner if maybe he'll extend his lead. Bellingham on it. Oh wait, what? How did that pass even get to Sancho? I didn't even see it, but he had it somehow.
He did a very cheeky backheel pass just as the tackle attempt was coming in. Unfortunately, though, he did get read out on the follow-up run. So now here we go. Ruxa still has a bite at the cherry here. Can still try to draw 1 goal back to minimize the impact of this goal difference. Regrettably for him, though, Beast Bianchi demonstrating once more that his defensive prowess is very, very strong when he needs to be. So he'll keep this one at 2-1. And still look for the final goal. Getting past this man is Jadon Sancho. Can he find a target inside the box here? He has so many people to isolate. Frank Kestia gets the ball to Neymar. And both men just came off the bench. It was almost a super sub situation for 2 different players, Tendo. Unfortunately for Ruxa, he curls it out for a corner kick, but he still has to deal with 1 more attack.
Short corner in. Bellingham in the center. The shot in! The curler almost looked good.
Julio
just a little bit too much finesse there.
Beast must relax.
He needs to chill. That one's a bit ambitious. I'm surprised. Most players don't usually take shots like that. But here he is trying it out, because why not? Still in the lead.
I didn't want to use the words, but it feels like a little bit of BM, honestly.
Just a tiny bit, honestly. But hey, that's what happens with new blood, right? You always really get pinned against the best, and then it's just like that, you know?
Oof. Literally textbook.
Just textbook. Into Mbappe. I think Mbappe is what, well, not in this game. Thought he was on the hat trick, but that was the previous game where he got the brace. Finds a goal in now, 3-1. And that'll make it 5-2 on the aggregate. So now he's looking at +7 on that goal difference. So he's sitting pretty, man.
Damn. Julio the Beast Bianchi will squander possession for the end of the game. But it really does not matter. At the end of it, he's still going to be able to claim this victory. Still going to be able to walk away with a 3-1 score in game number 2 after securing that 2-1 in game 1. And like you just said, 5 goals on aggregate. Somehow, Tendo, 2 weeks back-to-back, right? Where he plays against the newly promoted players and gets 4 goal difference. He is +8 right now after 2 games. Are you actually kidding me? This is just phenomenal from Julio the Beast Bianchi. And that's going to be him gaining his 3 points, scoring those 5 goals. And I think we're going to be seeing this face a lot whenever we have this winner card come up, Tinder.
Yeah, it almost feels as if, like, you know, we've been saying that he's going to finish top of the season. And so far, yeah, he's got the easy matchups at first, kind of, right? It wasn't too hectic for him to start off with. Darth Mayhem, now Ruxa. So getting his points nice and early in. We'll see if that will continue throughout the rest of the season. But this is just more tapes, more demos for those players to look back at and like, all right, we'll see what Beast Bianchi can do. When he's given this kind of situation, maybe it might come back to bite him at the end of the day.
It might certainly do so, and we are quite excited to see exactly how it's going to be going in future. Ruksa the Ruler, he scores his 2 goals, and it might not seem like much. It might seem like consolation, but he at the very least only goes down in the 3-goal difference here against Beast Bianchi. And ultimately, at the end of the day, Tenno, the important thing for him is that he's demonstrated he can score those goals. Yes, this might not be in a winning situation. Yet it might not be in circumstances that allow him to hold the game in his favor, but he's never completely out of it. He's still looking for the opportunities. He doesn't look mentally defeated, which is what we've often seen happening with these new up-and-coming players. Yes, you could see his confidence was affected, but his desire to win was always there, no matter what.
Yeah, he definitely had the desire to win. And I mean, honestly, for me, if I'm to compare this game between Darth Mayhem and Ruksa, I think Ruksa did come in just slightly a little bit more prepared, a little bit more willing to win against the Beast Bianchi. And there we go. It's an awkward situation now where Ruksa's at the bottom, but just not right all the way. It's also on -4 with the likes of Darth Mayhem. So the 2 players that the Beast Bianchi has just shifted forward right at the bottom there. And there he is sitting with a positive of 7-goal difference, won 2 games already with 6 points. And it's looking good for the Beast Bianchi right now. I mean, if you're looking at the league, who's these real big threats right now, Snare? Like, realistically, Masoom, Divak, right?
Yeah, but
Young Savage, maybe, but I don't know, man. I don't feel like the matchups have favored Savage in the past thus far.
Young Savage has had a bit of a difficult time since his winning season in the 3rd season here of the Umzansi Esports League, brought to you by Northern Gaming Africa. I do think that just based on what we've seen, incorporating this leaderboard as well into it, I think Masoom is now looking like the primary opponent that Beast needs to worry about as time goes on. Masoom looked quite clean in his game. Divak was a bit of a shaky performance from him, so we're not 100% certain he's going to be the one to look out for. However, we cannot ignore Tendo. Yes, he's so far ahead, the Beast Bianchi. But look who's in 4th place. The man who has reliably slayed the original Beast, Bobo Beast, I think is one of these people we need to look out for as a quiet contender and a quiet challenger. I would not be surprised once we get to week number 7 to see him in the 2nd place instead, and him and the Beast Bianchi practically going head-to-head for points, even though the goal difference is always going to favor the Goliath man.
Yeah, definitely. I feel like him versus Divak will be an interesting game as well. Bobo versus Divak. I feel like we said, Divak's form wasn't too great coming into that first game, and Bobo might just, snatch it out. Bobo probably has the upper hand against Moby, Ruksa, and Darth. Obviously, what am I saying? He's already played against Ruksa, and that's where he's getting his points from. But we'll see coming into this next game, Snare. I'm excited because he's back, right? Bobo is up next, and I mean, it's gonna be a tough game for him, but it's a winnable game, I think, considering the form of Young Savage, right?
Yeah. Unfortunately, that also means that Young Savage has extra reason to bring his best foot forward, right, to try and win. He realizes at this point in time that you never want to start a campaign with 2 back-to-back losses. I don't think we've ever actually had a full-on winner who has started things off in that way. So he needs to make sure that he gets this W, at the very least a draw against Bobo Beast. And this particular contest is quite interesting. Young players, Young Savage, of course, has already won the Umzansi Esports League. But both himself and Bobo Beast have come through the ranks of the Nkosi Super Cup. Both of them have come into situations where they're the underdog and having to claw and fight their way back up to the top. Last week, of course, we did see that Bobo Beast had his first outing where he was the favored person in the contest, and he did wind up being able to take that. But I'm very curious to see how this one is going to go, because both of them are somewhat even in terms of skill. Yes, Young Savage definitely has a higher ceiling in historically and has looked worse from last week, but legitimately anything can happen in this upcoming matchup. I think this will, last week you may had that random prediction about how we're probably seeing the person who comes second in that Masoom matchup. I think here, Tendo, whoever loses this match between Bobo Beast and Young Savage is out of the playoffs, and whoever wins is going to be either 3rd or 4th in the playoffs. I still want to back Bobo Beast to go higher, but I'm pretty sure that what we're seeing now is going to end up in 7 weeks from now. We're going to talk about this matchup as having been a deciding one on the futures of these young players.
Yeah, right. I think you're correct in saying that almost because they've really gone through the gauntlet of just what it's like to kind of survive in the league, and the likes of Divock, who's just been floating in the league, right? He hasn't been bad where he has to get into that relegation playoff, but he hasn't been great where he's the one winning. He's made it to playoffs of his own. So, I mean, let's just see exactly what Bobo Beast can put up on the table against Young Savage. And that game is just about ready to go.
Exactly. We are about to get into this hype here. Young Savage versus Bobo Beast. Bobo Beast, it might be his second win. Young Savage is still in search of his first one. So it's going to be a all-important matchup. I really hope that this one is a bit more competitive than the last game we just saw right now between Beast Bianchi and Ruxa the Ruler. But with that, let's get into it, Tendo. Give me a prediction. Who do you think's going to win?
Going for the Bobo win over here. It's going to be a tight one. 4-3.
4-3, Bobo Beast. I want to back Bobo Beast, but I also don't want to cost this person. So let's go 4-3 for Young Savage. Either way.
Oh no, he's queuing up for a pause already. Never mind, I'm taking my prediction back. I swear, whenever a player queues up a pause right in the beginning, I'm just like lost of faith.
I mean, sometimes it happens that you're like, I just want to make a quick
just a tiny little adjustment.
Yeah, it's fine. It's not so bad. I'm very much curious to see, though, who's going to be bringing on. He has a very strong starting 11 here. Nuno Mendes occupying the left flank. Marquinhos in the middle. Marquinhos, oof. Please, if you're at home. I know some of y'all took my advice last season and put Achraf Hakimi and won a lot of easy games. Do the same with Marquinhos and thank me later. As right now, though, Young Savage, he needs to be the one that strings together a successful attack. He needs to be the one in search of his win. He's still going to be using Luka Modric here that we saw from him last week.
He loves Modric, man.
I mean, Modric is a great player, and Young Savage is one of these very skill-oriented type of players, so you can certainly understand why he picks a player with incredible stats for both of his feet and very high skill moves on both. But here we go, a quick attack from him. Does get muscled out by the strong defense, though, here of Bobo Beast, who will not allow an early goal here, Tendo.
Yeah, you can just see a different caliber of play from the two, right? More structured. Even in that moment where Bobo was absorbing a lot of pressure, he's able to just compose himself. Bellingham on the ball. Another pick in here. And Senior on the wing. That's going to be nice and interesting to watch out for. Mbappe is trying to weave his way through the defense, but the defensive line is a brick wall. And it will not fall for the likes of Bobo Beast, at least just yet. Maybe he'll find something. He's still holding onto the ball inside the half of Young Savage. There's an opening here, maybe to take a shot. He finds the pass in. Mbappe's in. The shot. The keeper. It's sent wide. It's a corner.
Wow. Early corner being claimed here by Bobo Beast. And ironically enough here, Tendo, this is one of those games where we see it happening once again, right? That early on, the player that's in a possessive attacking style of formation is not giving up possession. Even when the defense blocks the ball, he's like, nah, I'm keeping it. We haven't seen this degree of it, though, in quite a while. It used to be unfazed back in like season 2, season 3, who would do this every single game. But here we see that there's the man here, Bobo Beast, starting this off. I must say, earlier on, Era was mentioning how he hasn't been seeing Jude Bellingham in his games. Lucky him. Lucky him. It's not been fun playing against this particular card. Incredible possessive stats, great on the interceptions, good vision as well for very long searching passes. And we're going to be seeing, of course, that come to fruition for Bobo if he can string together this next attack. But on the bright side here, though, Tendo, Young Savage, yes, he's under pressure. But like you said, he's still structured in how he's defending. He hasn't allowed himself to open up too much space in the back as the ball has been attempted to find a attacking player from Bobo Beast, rather.
Short to a long onto Mbappe. Maybe something will come from this. Philippe Anderson on the ball. Finds it back in the box, but the defense is going to be disciplined and able to snuff that one out. And we'll see now what he can make from this attack. Young Savage needs to make sure he comes out gun blazing, as we always say, or else you don't want to give Bobo B some space to work with. And that almost looked dangerous, and it's still dangerous, but the defense just as educated, just as ready for that attack there, and they'll stay put. All right, let's see. There's a bit of a run being made over here. Philippe Anderson on the ball, couple of blue jerseys in the box to work with, but he's just gonna hold on the edge here.
He's gonna hold on the edge of the box, searching for a man though, and he's not giving up possession on the ball. Tendo, he finds Insigne, tries to go for the shot. He's still got a little bit of possession. Does get quickly reclaimed here by Young Savage to prevent an opening goal, but man, Bobo Beast is on the hunt here. He does not want to let this one start off with him on the back foot. He's dictating the tempo, forcing Young Savage to play his style of game. However, we've often said that Young Savage is explosive. Any moment can be the spark that sets him off, and it might be this moment, Tendo. Sancho gets dispossessed. The last second there, I really thought that was honestly going to be a goal.
The grind is really paying off for Bobo. You can see, even though I think a few seasons ago you'd have been like, Young Savage all day, every day. Right now, we don't really know. I'm worried for Young Savage, right? Especially in a moment like this, where Mbappe's in a dangerous spot, sends it back to Philippe Anderson, but the keeper is just in the right spot to send that wide for a corner. We would be talking other things right now if it wasn't for the keeper. Sends it out to Mbappe, who tries to dribble past, but the defensive line is going to hold, and they will be. Yeah, it's looking a little shaky at the back right now for Young Savage. I mean, I'm just a little bit worried that if that keeps on happening, where there's just a whole lot of confusion in the box, that eventually is going to lead to a goal.
Absolutely, but at the bright side, he did have enough composure to not allow that scramble to affect his mental game. He did the right thing by holding up the ball. He saw that there's too many players to play it out, and that gives him the time to recycle it safely. But as you mentioned, those risks are still going to be down the line for him, something he has to watch out for. Here's R9, trying to drive the ball as far up the pitch as humanly possible. Gets past Marquinhos, who's in the box here. We see Mbappe trying to open up space. Spinzola instead is going to be the one to receive the ball. The interplay between himself and Jude Bellingham has been a strong partnership in this midfield for Bobo. Can he transition this into a goal, though? R9 finds Insigne, who's trying to drag the ball back into R9's feet. Too many men are around here. The double man marking is going to be effective, but not effective enough, Tendo. Unfortunately, though, the shot from Bobo Beast does curl slightly wide. I think the keeper would have had it anyway.
Yeah.
But still, the statement of intent from Bobo Beast is what's most important about that passage of play.
Yeah, I mean, we've mostly been inside Young Savage's half so far. He gets these little counter plays. This might be it. He gets a nice turn with the name of Mane, I mean. And maybe, just maybe, but the defender is on the mark, on the line. He sends it out. How do you even read that as Bobo Beast? He's on an attack now. This might be dangerous if Young Savage doesn't snap out of what just happened. Because I'm still trying to snap out of it.
Yeah, Young Savage might still be in celebration mode, thinking that a goal has got into the back of the net, but he has to be on defense very, very quickly. I must say, like, we were talking about this last week, how many players have been moving Juan Cuadrado into this wing-back role. And one of the reasons why you do this is, yes, he might not have the most out-and-out defensive stats in the game, but his sprint speed, acceleration, and positioning are still very, very high, 85 to 90 plus in these situations. So it enables you in these circumstances to always be able to track back when you need to. And he was able to keep this at least 0-0 for now. Young Savage, though, trying again. Sancho finds R7 or CCR7. Ronaldo, can he get past this man? He can, but he lashes out the shot, which is driven into a corner kick by the goalkeeper. All right, this might be the time, though, for Young Savage to try and turn this one around, Tindo.
Unbelievable scenes over here. It's back and forth now. Young Savage is having a shot at it. And that's the halftime 0-0 competitive, like you asked for.
Thank you.
No one has scored just yet, and we are just holding out of this draw. And of course, man, there's so much on these players' minds right now. There's so much, especially for Bobo. If he wins this, I mean, we've seen it in the past, right? 6 points, 7 points. You're usually pretty all right, you know. Usually, you won't be looking at relegation, and you can start to compete to finish in that top 4 position. So, securing a win over here for Bobo Beast is going to be just a good for his campaign inside the Umzansi Esports League here, hosted by Nodwin Gaming. And now, Young Savage to start us off on this half. Modric now into the box with Mane, and yeah, just squandered once again.
It feels like this Mane card has gotten just a little bit ridiculous.
You know, I find myself saying Neymar because I just expect Neymar to be in that position, and I'm like, wait, no, it's Mane. I'm like, whoa, actually, but yeah.
Look at it this way, Tendo, right? Most of these players who have Mane are 100% they have Neymar in the squad. It's just Mane, that card is a bit busted right now, so they are just preferring Neymar. That should tell you everything you need to know about how good Mane is, that you would rather have him over Neymar. With that being said, though, it is now time to see if Bobo Beast can get himself very far forward. Felipe Anderson receives a wonderful ball in the box. What a directed pass from Bellingham. The shot, though, does get curled wide into a corner kick. He's going to take it directly, going into the bricks, heading for the header. Not going to be able to find it, though. But this attack's not over, Tendo. He's still looking for it. Goes for the goal.
Whoa! my gosh, Insigne.
What?
What?
Oh my god.
Where was that even from?
Alright, Tendo, we do not have to worry. Shout out to Bobo Beast for making production's life so much easier. You already have a highlight of the year. What a goal from outside the box, curled into the corner. It's one thing, Tendo, if Beast Bianchi is doing this in a winning game where he has nothing to lose, but Bobo Beast had enough confidence to do it when there was a crucial goal, and he gets it with style, Tendo. Will he be able to defend his lead? Of course he does, because he just made magic on the other side.
Oh man, it's hot now, and you can see the fire is ignited. It's a direct corner again from Young Savage this time. And he just gotta breathe for a second. Let us breathe for a second, because whoa, that goal really came as a surprise from so far out in distance. And I was preaching this from when I started casting Umzansi. I was like, guys, just take these low percentage shots, because sometimes they will go in, right? Sometimes the keeper is stunned and doesn't know what to do. Just squandered it over there. The defender's doing well to hold on to that. Sancho now on it. Young Savage really feeling the pressure. He needs to find a goal right now, because imagine losing 2 games in a row.
Losing 2 games in a row, that definitely puts a dent in your hopes for success here in the Umzansi Esports League, brought to you by Nodwin Gaming Africa. The 5th season, as you can see, is heat. Young Savage is going to try and make it even hotter, though, as he gets into the box, gets a shot off on target. But unfortunately, Tendo, it goes wide, not just wide, the worst type of wide, a clear shot on goal, but it sails over the crossbar. That must be awful for your confidence right now if you're Young Savage.
Please someone check on Young Savage's PS controller, because he might be slamming it after that one. I know I would. All right. Bobo, if he finds another goal here, Bobo, he's going to be cruising for pretty much the majority of this match, right? Even looking into the second leg, before Young Savage finds a goal. But hey, let me not speak too soon, because here he is with Sancho. There's a few men up front, some white jerseys to work with, but instead he decides to pass to a blue. And now Bobo Beast can recycle the ball, find a little bit of room to just breathe, work it out. Nice long ball in over there to make some space for some players to run forward. We'll see if that really results in anything. It's a space down the middle now. And now Young Savage has to track back a lot of defenders. A pass into Felipe Anderson! Oh, what a goal coming in over here. It's Bobo Beast. He's ready to strike.
Oh my God, Bobo Beast. Bobo Beast right now is doing a very good job of promoting Serie A. His forward players from Serie A, man, just looking amazing.
Yo, look at the pauses queued up. It's like Young Savage like, nah, let's just go to halftime. I need a pause. This ain't right.
He's like, what was this? What just happened, boy? Insigne scoring the opening goal. And now the second goal coming from the Lazio, man. Just looking so hot for Bobo. And now we often talk about this, Tendo. This is the worst time or the easiest time to get scored against, as you've just scored a goal. But Bobo, you were talking about the fruits of his training earlier. You can see it, man. This guy's been in the hyperbolic time chamber, looking like a transformed player from what we first used to see from him in the Umzansi Esports League.
Yeah, man. He's really looking like Luke in Return of the Jedi right now. He's back. And he's better than ever. And he's still on an attack. The half is not over just yet. The game is not over just yet. You gotta be careful here, Young Savage. And he is careful. He does snuff that one out. Still waiting for some explosiveness that we always, trait Young Savage for, but we just haven't seen any of that. Ronaldo now struggling to get past the defenders onto Sancho, who gets blocked out by the defender.
That is heartbreaking. Heartbreaking situation there. The defender, I really thought they were going to be able to get past him, but he still has another bite at the cherry here. Ronaldo cannot get past this man, though. Feels like Young Savage, his number has been taken. He's been downloaded completely, and Bobo is reading him quite sufficiently right now. Can he close this game out? Felipe Anderson, goal scorer, not going to be able to contribute to another, but did have the ball fairly high up the pitch. So Young Savage has a bit of work to do to get it to the other side. Not a lot of white shirts contributing to this attack, though. So he's being forced to play this one very slowly. Sadio Mane, from that golden opportunity we saw earlier, Tendo, has been kept very quiet by Bobo Beast and gets kept quiet yet again as he's dispossessed. And Bobo might have the final word in this game, that he's already winning by 2 goals right now.
Yeah, the problem is even if he finds a goal right now, Young Savage, I don't think he'll be able to find another one to level it out. So the advantage will still be in Bobo's side for that second leg. But the game management is slightly coming through. He's trying to hold on to the ball right now. Bobo.
Do what you gotta do.
Yeah, do what you gotta do. Send it back. Let the keeper play with it a little bit. You know what I'm saying? No one's gonna judge you. Wait, he's looking for some space, but it's closed out at least from the defenders. So yeah, this is the attack that he needs right now. Yeah, okay, well, unfortunate. We'll move past it.
That was heartbreaking, is I think the word you needed.
Yeah, my heart broke at that moment. Yeah, I just paused. I was like, oh man, oh no, he's in. Philippe Anderson takes a shot. The keeper will send it wide, at least for the defender to scoop up.
Oh my god.
Yo, man, it's just a tough game to watch, honestly. If you're a Goliath fan, if you're a Young Savage fan, he is not looking at the peak of his form right now.
Not at all. Not at all. We've seen Young Savage perform at a much higher level than this in the past. We've seen Young Savage be the one to start the proceedings looking dominant. But here, they just have his number. Bobo Beast is doing everything right, closing down all of his attacks. The one thing I've been loving to see for Bobo as well is how quickly he's adapting Tendo to what Young Savage is doing. We saw the one attempt on that big through ball onto Mane. What do you see immediately afterwards? No space for Mane to run through. Hell, he pushes back the defensive line to say, you know what? You get this ball, fine, but you're not going to be able to dribble past 3, 4, even 5 players in the final third. And at that point, no matter how skilled you are, you sort of have to do these Hail Mary shots, right? Let's be honest, although Bobo is ahead right now, it did take some Hail Marys. That first goal had to come out of absolutely nowhere. And even the second one could argue maybe if there was better keeper positioning, it still stays 1-0 instead of 2. But at the end of the day, Bobo, you were talking about it. Sometimes you take those 3 to 5% shots, and when they come good, suddenly you're winning the game that you had no business being this far ahead of. And he's managed to do it perfectly.
Yeah, I mean, the game pretty much turned on its head after that goal. I mean, we were stunned. I feel like Young Savage was like, there's no ways that just went in the way it did. After all the defending he did, because he was fighting there to keep that ball out, and it still ends up going in. And we're getting ready for this next match now, Snare. And I mean, what do you even say to Young Savage? What does he have to do right now to bring this one back? At least maybe for a draw. Something. He needs to find a little consolation right now.
Yeah, a lot needs to happen here for Young Savage for him to try and succeed. But the important thing is that he cannot allow runs like this to happen unchallenged here, Tendo. Zimbabwe for Bobo Beast trying to get an early and opening goal. Not going to be able to do so. Gets muscled away for now, but still has possession of the ball. Felipe Anderson gets back to Spinzola. The Serie A boys are playing super strong, and they find R9 in the box. He dribbles past this man. Can't find space for the shot, though, so he tries to drag it back. But that will give Young Savage time for the counter. But no, that time is taken away with a strong dispossession. But still, he's fighting, he's challenging. And Tendo, you hate to see it. It's one thing.
You do, eh?
It's one thing to cue a pause at the beginning of the game. It's another when you cue a pause after you've been attacked like this, where he's like, okay, I need to change something and I need to change it now.
Yeah, like, we haven't even really started the game, and it's like, oh no, everything's crashing and falling already. But Young Savage still in this one, right? Young Savage is still a competitor. He's still got the experience to bounce back. So let's not count him out just yet. Right now, Hernandez on the ball for him, and it's squandered. It's passed on to Bobo Beast, who's going to string an attack for himself. It's a lob ball in, but I'm pretty sure the defender will be able to scoop that one up, send it away. He will be able to breathe just a tiny little bit for a second over here. Young Savage waiting for his pause to finally come into fruition, but maybe he'll get this goal in first before anything. He's running back in, edge of the box. There's just no space to work with, Snare.
Nope, all the channels are being closed in. He tries to go through the middle, though. And through zone 12, Luka Modric
Yo,
has the
dude,
ball.
there's 3 people on him.
Dude, he can't. That's what I'm saying. He's bringing this line deep on Bobo Beast. He knows exactly what's up. Let's see if this targeted pass will land, and it does. But it does seem like Young Savage is finally beginning to adapt himself as Marquinhos snuffs it away there, prevents him from running the ball too far up the pitch. But he needs a goal. And you can sort of sense that desperation from himself, right? He's not even attempting to pass back. He's like, if I have to pass back, I'd rather dribble forward. I'm not going to be playing on the back foot for the rest of this leg.
Yeah, man. Just being the back foot for him. Referee? No? Okay, cool. Maybe this is his chance now with the advantage of the ref. Sancho's on the ball, but the defense is just running at him, not really giving him room to work with. But he has a shot in maybe with...
Oh, no.
No, Mane is still in. The shot is in as well, but the defense, the keeper, everyone is just on top of him right now. There's nothing for Young Savage in these situations. He's trying to put himself in good spots, but he's just not finding any spots to work with. And it's just carrying over from that first leg into this leg, where Bobo Beast just feels like he's in control. Even when the attack is just pounding at Bobo Beast, his defensive line and his defense is just composed, just ready for it.
Yep. He's ready, prepared, and able to absorb all of this pressure. And unfortunately, making sure that Young Savage is finding nothing but sadness there in the final third. And the thing is, Bobo can afford to do this, right? He's 2 goals up. He knows that as it stands right now, he's in the lead. He knows that he was more defensively solid in that opening game. Yes, he didn't suffer as many attacks, but there were very clear chances on goal that Young Savage should have scored that he was able to prevent on the side of Bobo Beast. So now if you're him, you're like, well, ball's in your court, homie. You're the one that needs to try and do something interesting. You're the one that must make some changes. And we do not see just yet what changes he's made. But we're back into this one, Tendo. Last bite at the cherry here. Final leg of the day for Young Savage. He needs a chance here. Mane, can he get past this man? Sort of rhetorical question because that answer is always going to be no.
It's a bit rude, isn't it now? He still has got some work to do in him. You know, he can still find some room to work with. There's Modric passing it to the keeper, unfortunately. So now Bobo will be able to play it from the back.
I like what he's doing, Young Savage, though. Look how far up his line is. Yes, he's leaving him vulnerable to some counterattacks, but I think he's also enabled the offside trap the way he stack up right now. And we see some of this vulnerability, but who cares, man? If you're already losing the game, you can't really start thinking about... Like,
Yeah,
you know, we talk about...
just find a way to get back in, right?
Exactly.
All right. Okay, he's still on the ball. Bellingham's just fighting to stay on it, but eventually the defender will get that one. And now, playing it from the back, Young Savage, Mbappe, Mane. Can they get a good link-up play? There's a good line of defenders tracking back already to close up any channels that Young Savage might be looking for. And yeah, the defense is just defending him right in the middle of the field there. It's just unfortunate. He's not finding any space. This might be dangerous. Once again, Philippe Anderson has been a problem thus far, unable to be contained, but that slide tackle to get the ball will be suffice.
Jeez, this is kind of ridiculous, man. Philippe Anderson. This is the second Lazio player we've seen in the Umzansi Esports League do very well. Do you remember how good MLS was doing last week? It was kind of crazy. Crazy. Well, we'll see what now is going to be transpiring as Young Savage has the ball. Mane gets the ball, finally in a good position. The attempt at the roulette. Unfortunately, he was going for black. It came up red, and he will be denied an opportunity to progress. And now here's the counterattack. Bobo leading things off with R9, trying to find Felipe Anderson yet again. He's forced to try and run back for the ball, and that's going to give an opportunity for Young Savage to claim it himself. Still 0-0, so there's still a chance. 2 goals is not unrecoverable, Tendo. We've seen worse from Young Savage himself, so he knows he can do it. We know he can do it. The only question is, will he be able to actually bring out that fire in the last half here of the second leg?
39 on the board. And he's still making some plays, still trying to find a way in here, Young Savage. He's got a little room to work with, but it's again just going straight to the defense of Bobo Beast. And Bobo Beast is just looking like a well-oiled machine. He hasn't scored yet. He hasn't really had much of an attacking prowess in this game, but it just feels like he's still controlling most of what is happening. Here he is with Insigne. Maybe he'll find a shot this time. Not really. We'll send it back to Bellingham. Spinzola now. A lot of space to work with to Ronaldo. Will R9 find a goal? No, he won't, because the defense is there to snuff that one out. And yeah, Young Savage is still yet to find a goal. He's been on the offensive quite a bit this game, though.
Yeah, I'm still waiting, though, for a shot on target here. Until then, we're still not going to be fully convinced by his attacking prowess. He's trying again, denied again on the edge of the box. That just feels like there's a gate that's built there, man. Like, he gets there. He knocks. Can I get in? Nah, not today. Where are your papers? You don't have the right papers. You can't get in here.
Yeah, at this point, you're just going to have to call Bobo Beast up to gaming, dude, because the green wall will not fall, apparently. So it's looking hard for Young Savage. But 2 goals is achievable in one half of FIFA, I think, right? Like, I know you guys are probably listening to me and Snare talking over here like it sounds like it's over for Young Savage, but it's really not. It's just that we haven't seen much creativity coming from him. It's been all too predictable, and that's exactly what's happening. Bobo's is predicting almost every play, you know, intercepting almost every ball that he's making. So until he gets a little bit more of that spontaneous energy that we're usually accustomed to, I think it's going to be tough for him to get into this game.
Absolutely. We're not accustomed to seeing Young Savage this predictable, so we need to see him do something remarkable. He has a chance here, but it all hinges on defending this attack as Felipe Anderson inside the box. The angle is a bit too narrow, so he can't shoot from here, but he can still find some allies. Mbappe is going to be the main one receiving that ball after it gets played back by Spinzola, but it's not going to be good enough to actually result in an attack. Whew. Sweaty stuff here for Young Savage, but he needs to try and change something, and very, very soon. As more of this time whittles down, yes, 2 goals in a half is not impossible to do, but when it gets down to 20 minutes, 10 minutes, 5 minutes, suddenly the difficulty of that challenge becomes exponentially higher.
I'd say if Savage doesn't score a goal before 70, or if Bobo scores another goal, then it's just wraps. I think we can just give the 3 points on to Bobo because it's looking tough for him to get back into this thus far. And yeah, just the plays are just being read so well by Bobo right now. Like I said, we haven't seen Bobo attack too much. Like, he hasn't been really making anything thus far. But here he is now. Felipe Anderson with the roulette around, but the space is closed up by the defender, at least for now. And
that was a good word, because here comes another one. If he gets dispossessed here, this could easily be a goal. He needs to be very careful. That interception.
Why are you kissing the man?
My bad, dog. I tried to dodge it. It's on me. He's running up now. Mbappe on the edge of the touchline here. Isolates Felipe Anderson, who does get tackled out. Thank God that Young Savage has Eder Militao in the team. Another defender that I'm expecting to see occupying the center half role often. And it comes out well. Keeps the lines clear for now. But yet again, he's sort of playing into Bobo's hands, right? Bobo knows that a failed attack, sure, it's okay. It's not great that I don't score, but it also means we're so far away from my own goals. I don't have to worry too much about this attack because I'm going to read it like an open book when it does eventually come.
This time, though, looks like he might have skipped a page as Young Savage is in, and Mbappe gets the ball out. Unfortunately, won't be able to find the shot. The defenders are good for it. Now it's the opposite sides, Mbappe, the Bobo Beast sides, Mbappe.
Stays in? What?
Yeah, I was also about to say he's in. There's no ways he keeps that in, but he does. Spinzola now on the ball. We'll see if he finds some space to work with. Getting bullied just a tiny little bit, but no, not today. I am the bully, says Bobo Beast. Maybe I'll find the goal, maybe not. The defense says maybe not, but he's still here. He's still just a nuisance for Young Savage. Savage needs to defend for his life, man. He's just like, I don't know what to say, Snare. It just doesn't feel like I'm watching Young Savage play right now. You know what I'm saying? It feels like this is like an Nkosi Super Cup player coming up the ranks, and he's struggling against one of the players that have been in the league for a while. But yeah, it's just quite odd, honestly. Quite an odd fixture. There's that 70-minute mark, no goals thus far, and I'm starting to see those 3 points to Bobo Beast.
Bobo Beast can smell them as well. He just needs to have the composure to hold on right now. Young Savage, former champion here in the Umzansi Esports League, but not able to do anything right now. And that pass was phenomenal. We've seen a lot fewer lobs today. It feels like everybody mastered the tech over the course of the weekend, preparing for these current games. And good movement off the ball there from Young Savage to close in the channel, not allowing Bobo Beast some clear space to move. But Bobo Beast is going to make that movement anyway. Jude Bellingham gets the ball, finding R9 inside the box, who lays it off onto Felipe Anderson. The turnaround shot not going to find anything but a keeper or a defender's legs. That will bounce the ball out. But unfortunately, Tendo, you just said it, no, man, because he just gave the ball away almost immediately.
It's just unfortunate, honestly. He's making his way in, and he doesn't find much room to work with the Bobo Beast. Savage maybe has a little bit of room to work with. The pass onto Quadrado. Bobo Beast is back in. Bobo Beast on the opposite side now. Mbappe, if he can find a goal right here, it will all but end the game here for Young Savage. Bobo's on it, finds the pass to Spinzola. Spinzola trying to work it down the middle, but the defensive line has really improved, though, from Young Savage, right? His defense has been good this game. We have to give him that, guys, at least so far. But we're talking about that lost leg that just happened and still this attack that's happening. But he will snuff it out. He will be able to defend it. And now it's a nice little ball in over here. Sancho's in. The keeper's trying to get off his mark and not fast enough. And he's in for the goal. Savage. There's time. There's hope. Maybe just a little bit, guys. Maybe just a little bit. This might end as a draw. I don't know. I'm on the edge of my seat now.
I was certain, Tendo, that was going to be called for offside, and it looked like Bobo Beast felt the same as well. Remember, we were talking about it earlier, that he moved up his line, integrated this offside trap in the event that this happens to him. But it turns out that the trap is escaped here by Young Savage, gets a goal back.
Oh.
Now there's a chance for him. And Bobo Beast, we were just talking about it now. He needs composure to close this one out. Suddenly now, one mistake could bring this into drawn territory. Young Savage, the kind of player that can force you to make those mistakes. Beautiful interception. He saw the trigger run and he gets there first. Now, will he be able to move the ball to the other side of the pitch? João Cancelo operating as a center half.
No way!
To Mbappe. Mbappe gets the ball into the box, and from the box, it's in the back of the net, Tendo. It's 2-2. It's all even. Young Savage can still win somehow.
FIFA 22, guys. It's not over until the ref blows that whistle. All of a sudden, we might just see the first draw of the season. Right here. Right in the beginning of the season as well, right? Maybe later down the line, we would have expected something like this. And now, there's only 2 minutes to play for. This is just devastating right now for Bobo Beast. He was at the top. He was at the top on a pedestal. And now he's down. But maybe not out just yet. Trying to play it in. Bellingham, link up play with Ali. Will he be able to make something happen? The moment of magic is not going to happen right now. It ends as a draw. I don't know. I don't know what to say. What happened? Bobo just crumbled at the very end of this, man.
No. Bobo, we will allow Bobo this, right? That he did feel like he crumbled, but what actually happened, Tendo, is what we were calling for the entire match. You know what you wanted to do? You wanted and asked for spontaneity, you asked for explosiveness, and that's exactly what Young Savage gave us. Up until that point in the game, right, he was playing a very low ball. Most of the time, he'd either, like even that first goal, right, very low, triggered run, driven pass all the way through the center half channels. The goal scorer gets the ball, able to get it into the back of the net. But that second goal, lob to lob to lob, box, goal. Young Savage was not doing that at all across both legs. Pulls it out when it matters here, Tendo. And that gives him the goal, gives him the draw, makes this one 2-2. We both said it was going to be close, but neither of us could have predicted that it would literally be too close to even call between the two of them. Absolutely thrilling contest here. Although I'm pretty sure both of them are sad they only get 1 point apiece.
Yeah, 1 point rather than 0, honestly, man. I mean, that at least for Savage, he feels like that. For Bobo, he's really like, what just happened there? I can't believe my eyes. I'm still stunned. I'm still a little shocked that Bobo just, yeah, it was just unfortunate circumstances that happened towards the very end. And hopefully leading into the next game, he'll be a little bit more composed. I think it's just unable to find another goal for Bobo in that matchup, right? He wasn't uncomfortable being on the defensive, but he needed to be a little bit more on the offensive and find a few more goals in there just to secure it. Just that extra goal would have been good. But yeah, here we are in this situation, in this reality, where it is a 2-2 draw. And guys, it is so rare to find a draw in the Umzansi Esports League. You're hosted by Nodwin Gaming Africa. Because, like, it's just tough, man. It just really comes to show that even when someone like Young Savage is out, he has all this experience, he can bring it in when he needs it the most.
Absolutely. He can just turn on the tap. There's a reason why, Tendo, he's a former champion. There's a reason why he has the ability to not just beat a Bobo Beast, obviously it's a draw this time around, but the Masums, the Beast Bianchis, the Divox of this world. He's done it before, and one of the reasons he's able to do that is because it requires you to always be able to dig deep, to always have another way forward and never count yourself out. And as a result of this, he will be claiming his first point here in the Umzansi Esports League. It's not going to really change his goal difference, of course, because it was a draw, but it does massively help to elevate him away from the relegation zone. Of course, that also means that Bobo Beast, he is now officially second, but he's going to be kicking himself that he's second with 4 points instead of 6, because now this is a very tenuous lead, Tendo, and it probably will not last.
Yeah, and odds are whoever's playing Darth is probably... I'm not sure. We'll have to find out the schedule. Whether it's going to be between Masum, Divac, and Moby who plays Darth. If Darth hasn't fixed up his form, whoever wins that might be between Masum and Divac, end up second place. But we'll just have to wait and see. Find out what tomorrow's schedule will look like. And I mean, Well, man, I need a breath. I'm a little shocked, honestly. I just didn't expect the day to end off like that. I was all but ready to bring out champagne bottles for Bobo Beast. Like, wow, man, this is a good start to the campaign of the season.
Yep.
It's still a good start. Don't get me wrong, right? 4 points after 2 games is it's not bad. But it would have looked better if it was 6 points, right?
Yeah, it would have guaranteed him some safety as well, as you were mentioning in the game. Now he's still going to be a bit skittish, a bit scared about what might actually transpire when it comes to the latter portions of the season. And for Bobo, you know, I was actually going to make a joke had he won the game. You're going to pop out champagne. I was going to say, I'm revoking the Savage from Young Savage. We're taking it back. But he did enough to keep his full name and to keep showing why he has been a champion here in the Umzansi Esports League, and he remains a competitor not to ignore and not to go unnoticed. With that though, Tendo, we are going to be closing out the FIFA segment here before we move over to PUBG Mobile. Thank you so much, good sir, for your efforts, for the hype. And everybody at home, please make sure you go on to @TendoPlays on pretty much every social media platform. Follow the man, holler at him, and let him know how much you enjoyed his work tonight. And with that, of course, make sure that you're also following Nodwin Gaming Africa on all of these platforms so you're aware of each upcoming game and that you can see some interesting things that happen on the off days. We will not live on air. With that, we're going to be going to a short break. When we return, we leave the pitch of FIFA and we enter the maps of PUBG Mobile, so you do not want to miss it. Stick around. We'll be right back with some more Umzansi Esports League action. Welcome back, one and all, here to the Umzansi Esports League. We are in the 5th season, brought to you by Nodwin Gaming Africa, and we have just concluded the FIFA22 segment. We now move on, of course, to see who's going to be competing and winning in the PUBG mobile side of things. To be joining me now is having the gentlemen of Patchy and Viper. Good day, good sirs. Patchy, how are you doing? How's the power situation by you right now?
Oh, it's horrible. It's horrible. Not so great. I might actually run out of power sometime later in the broadcast. So here's to hoping that I stay through the whole thing till the end.
Viper, our comrade, more north of us right now. How are you doing, good sir? And I'm hoping that everything's stable for you at the moment.
Yeah, so for so good, then we appreciate the way everything is going, and really sympathizing with the power situation Patchy's facing at the moment. It's quite sad to see, but yeah, it is what it is, man.
The only reason I keep bringing up this power situation is just to remind everybody who's watching at home that we don't just do this because it's a nice way to spend the evening. This is out of passion and love, and no matter what breaks around us, the show must go on, and we'll do everything in our power to ensure that it does in the best way possible. And with that, though, now let's talk down some business, boys. Get down to brass tacks. PUBG mobile action. Some very different groups that we see playing out today here, Patchy. And the interesting thing about this, right, as we're going to be quickly seeing who's playing and which maps they're going to be playing, of course, this schedule here, of course, every single week we're going to be having Erangel, Sanhok, Miramar as our map selections. But today we have Group A and D who are going to be challenging each other across these maps. And something interesting I wanted to note, Patchy, the top 16 as it stands right now, across both of these groups, right, which comprises of 16 teams, only 5 of those teams are actually in the upper echelon of the top 16 placements at the very least overall. So that means that this $15,000 that we're giving away here in PUBG Mobile, the way it's looking right now, it doesn't seem like it's going to be one of these squads from A and D doing it. At least that's how it is up until now. As we've seen often happening in the PUBG Mobile side of things can change on a dime. Last week, Team Apex, up until the 3rd map, they were nowhere. Right now, they are practically 2nd. If we just had to end everything, they'd be the ones collecting that $1,500. Talk to me about this, Patchy. What are we expecting to see from these very different teams across Group A and D? And will one of them show up and bring us another superstar performance to then elevate themselves into this prize pool money?
Yeah, I mean, it's absolutely possible. We were talking a little bit in the start of the season in that first few matches. We were talking about the strategies that the teams were going to be employing moving forward. And one of the things that I said was that I really think that the teams are probably going to take it a little bit easier, use this sort of group stage as that testing ground where they can play a little bit more lax. That doesn't mean that you can really hold back. That doesn't mean that you can play second rate. You still have to do well well enough to get out of the groups. But I think that maybe a lot of teams are holding some of their wild cards, some of their trump cards for the next round to get through. I do think that we have some spectacular teams in the groups today. I've mentioned the likes of, for instance, Blackjack, but we have 4KT, which we were talking a little bit about when we introduced them in the season, when we were seeing them for the first time. 4KT have certainly made a name for themselves, not only in the Umzansi, but also in several other tournaments across the board. So, these are names that you will expect to make something happen. We've got Blackjack Esports, you can see on the screen here, names that we have seen around before, names that we know can pull some good games off. So I really do think that we haven't seen all that the teams have to offer right now, and I don't think that we're going to see absolute 100% just yet from some of these teams.
Absolutely. You need to be able to pace yourself, build up into the latter weeks. Don't waste all of your momentum in one single go. So a lot of these squads will certainly need to make a splash at the very least just to try and get some points on the board. We saw earlier on, though, when we were looking at the point distribution, that sometimes eliminations and kills can really bridge the gap for you if you're not confident in placing highly. So we could easily see some of these squads on screen today getting more kills than they do care about placements. Team EFX did that last week, Viper. They were placing decently, but they had several good rounds, which allowed them to get into those points where they are sitting just at the top echelon here. They're 8th place overall. Today, obviously, it's going to be them going up against Group D. What are the differences that we're expecting to see in playstyle, given how these groups have matched up last week?
To be honest, at this point in time, it's really, really difficult to, predict because it's two different dynamics from Group A and Group D. But looking at what I've seen from the matches that has happened from the previous week, I would say I'm expecting to see a lot of these teams to actually bring in some, new gameplays that will probably be a lot more stealthier, use some more tactics to lay some better ambush here and there, and the way they would be taking the fight would also be different. Also, I'm looking to see a few teams like probably like Rila Insider, prove their worth and come out on top, at least in that first page of the leaderboard at the end of the week. But hey, you never know with the situations that each of these teams gets, presented with. It all depends on that decision making from the team and their IGL at that point in time and whatever point they find themselves in. So definitely at this point I'm just leaving a free range and expecting a few teams, out there to bamboozle us like likes of Rila Insider. So yeah.
I'm absolutely looking forward to see what these squads bring to the table. Of course, there are a lot of different teams that are participating in the Umzansi Esports League. We've seen most of them right now. This is a pretty large tournament, but that just means that there are so many competitors you have to be aware of, so many different strategies you have to prepare for, and so many looks into the game that you need to be ready to appropriate. And as we just round out now the final 4 teams that are participating in the Umzansi Esports League, we have to remember, Patchy, that any one of these teams, 1 week is all it takes to get yourself on top. One bad day also can change your fortunes and drag you down into where you don't want to be. For some of these teams here, like Trinity Gaming, like Mad Knight, who are on screen right now, who have already done really well in week number 1, how much value is there in trying to double down, have 2 really strong weeks out of the gate, and then try and lay off over the next few weeks before we get ourselves into the playoff portion of the tournament?
Yeah, I mean, it is always useful just to get that little bit of an early lead, because I think, any team that's been playing in any sort of tournament format like this, they'll know, if you have that early lead, then you're able to take a little bit of a break, and that's always welcome. I mean, if you've secured your spot in the top of the groups and you know that it's going to be really difficult to kick you out of there, then, I mean, you can basically take your foot all the way off the gas, and you can maybe do a little bit of a rest, a bit of a reset. You can focus in on, stratting with the team, the practices behind the scenes, that kind of thing. And you don't have to focus too much on the stresses of the tournament, whereas, your competitors, if they still need to make the cut, they're going to be struggling, they're going to be trying, they're going to be giving a lot of effort, and moving into the next round, they may be, a little bit tired, or perhaps you'll have that mental edge or something like that. So, there are definitely some extra game benefits from getting an early lead. But it really isn't the end of the world if you don't. I mean, you can basically just not lift a finger until the very end and then try and make that final sprint up. It's a little bit of extra stress, so I definitely don't recommend it, but it's possible.
Dr. Patchy does not recommend. Don't do this. Take the easier road to victory. And one of the things that we've seen being very instrumental, at the very least last week, Viper, and I didn't actually expect how influential nades would be in the games. I mean, sure, we often have situations, the nades help you control areas, help you at least scout out or force enemies away from your position, giving you time to re-rotate around, prevent some third parties from happening. But my goodness, were you expecting just how instrumental these grenade plays would be from so many of these teams?
So I've actually been following the improvements of the African scene right there from the very beginning, and right from the beginning, we've always looked at that grenade as a very, very instrumental part of the game, because you could do a lot with grenade. A grenade could change the whole dynamic of that particular game at that point in time. So definitely I've seen what these teams have grown into over the years, and I've seen how they've been using these grenades so wonderfully that you could use a grenade to win a whole fight without shooting a single bullet. And majority of the teams in this African region have finally realized the power of that grenade, that this is a one shot 3 die or 4 die situation. So they always have multiple grenades and smokes in hand just to change the tides of the fight.
Well, so now we're going to be seeing whether or not if that's going to be the way these teams are playing this one out. I will give this one over to your Patchy, Viper. We're starting the second week of the Umzansi Esports League for PUBG Mobile. Take it away, boys. But Viper, please keep talking about those grenades, man. I'm learning. I'm trying to win my games myself.
Definitely. Don't worry. Just stay tuned. I think I'll pass it over to Patchy to, get us through what we're seeing right now.
Yeah, well, I mean, we will continue that conversation very shortly because I'm interested in it myself. But yeah, I mean, welcome everyone to the next week. I hope you are ready for some action. We are in here again in our Erangel map for map number 1. We have a flight path taking us all the way from the southwest over to the east, just underneath Lepovka. So that's a bit of a slanted, a bit of a biased flight path there. And then look at that zone all the way on the western side of that map. These teams are going to have to do some rotating very early on. They're going to have to do some running. Potentially, they're going to need to find those vehicles, which I know, Viper, you're quite a proponent of, a big fan of, making sure that the teams are mobile in those vehicles and how impactful those can be. And I'm sure we'll get into that. But just to extend the conversation on the nades, Viper, I mean, we were talking about how impactful and how very, very useful those nades can be. And I think that it really is a determining factor for the teams that we've been able to watch over the seasons of Umzansi, watching the teams sort of grow and become just better and better every time they participate. You know, this grind that is the Umzansi Esports League, just churning out some fantastic teams and fantastic gameplay. But as the teams progress, I mean, it is the natural evolution of one's skill. I mean, if you've got some really good gun skill, if you've got good map awareness, if you've got good rotational skill, then I mean, the natural evolution is you've got to learn how to use those nades to your advantage, because, like you mentioned, they can just be hugely impactful. They can change the whole game.
Yeah, definitely change the whole game. One of the very important usage I've seen out there is, when teams get like knocks on the other opponent's team, they don't rush out there. They don't risk the life of a single player or multiple players to get that test. Grenades are sent forward to, get the instant test. Sometimes they use the grenade to get the knocks, get test at the same time without, just by limiting a lot of danger to their team. Because if you look at majority of the teams and the gameplays I've been seeing from the teams that participate in African esports right now, you see they have become a lot more aware of their surroundings. Like previously, it's like, okay, we didn't know someone was out there, but right now they are looking at all the possibilities, looking multiple steps into the future. Like, there could be someone waiting out here. Let's clear out this particular area with the grenade. Make sure that angle is actually clear to make that move out. Like, so many scenarios playing out in their head that you cannot confirm without the use of a grenade. And if you just want to rush out there, then definitely someone will be out there, ready to pop and get you out of the way. But yeah, grenades are very, very instrumental. There are certain plays I've seen in which could, turn the whole game around if only a grenade was, applied at that point in time. But it's actually really, really nice to see that the teams are becoming, they are embracing that use of grenade. And in every single game I get to cast in, I always mention it. I'm looking forward to see how well, the grenade meta is going to be coming along in this African scene.
Yeah, I mean, it was a little bit of a joke that some of the some of the people in the chat were talking about a few of the days ago while we were streaming. There was a very funny moment where a team was just absolutely bombarding an empty side of a mountain with nades to make sure that there was no one there. And I mean, it looks quite funny. It looks like a bit of a joke, but I mean, you're right. It can be game changing, and it shows like awareness. It's making sure that you're not letting things slip through the cracks, which is a good indication. I mean, if this is the mindset that the teams are going to be going into the Umzansi season 5 with, it's going to be fantastic, because I mean, there are so many times where there'll be a lone wolf that creeps through the cracks. There'll be something that maybe a team lets slip. I mean, if we talk about a team like G3, for instance, and one of the reasons that they were able to be so dominant throughout some of the seasons is because they could flex a little bit like that. They could make those cheeky rotations. They could slip through the cracks. They knew where to look for the cracks, and they just how to exploit them really, really well. And if the teams are going to be doing their due diligence here, if they're going to be taking a look, making sure that they don't let anything slip through the cracks, it's going to be a lot tougher for teams like G3 and teams that were previously, maybe abusing a little bit of that oversight from some of the other teams. It's going to make that a lot tougher for them to actually do anything super cheeky. They're going to have to maybe play by the book a little bit more, and that's going to mean for a lot more competitive gameplay and whatnot. So definitely is something that is quite good to see coming out of the teams. Because I mean, nade work isn't just good for the end game. It isn't just good for being able to control the scenario, you can also do some fantastic clearing, some aggressive work with it. It's just very, very useful. I mean, it's called utility for a reason. And, there is a little bit of a hazard or a potential, you know, something that teams do a lot of the time is that they'll keep the utility maybe a little bit too long, and they'll sort of not do anything with it. And then sometimes you get the team who gets wiped and they've never used their nades. So it's good that the teams are being a lot more liberal with their nades and actually throwing them when they get opportunities and when there is a good use for them.
Yeah. Since we're still on the topic of utilities right now, earlier on today, I was just thinking about several uses of the soft cover, that's the smoke grenade. The smoke grenade is really, really instrumental. If you know how to use it quite well, you could do a lot of, like, you could give your enemy like a lot of misleading information. So I was rewatching a couple of few clips like back in the seasons, and I could see players tend to smoke a downed teammate so they could get to that teammate for a revive. I don't know if you understand the scenario I'm trying to paint right here. But in that kind of situation, you do want to make sure if you're trying to smoke a down teammate, you have to create the possibilities of multiple areas. Like, you don't want one smoke grenade down. You want multiple grenades down in different directions. So whosoever is trying to attack you has to do a random choosing to know, okay, this is where the action is actually going down. Else they could just send a grenade straight into that solo smoke point, and that's going to be the end.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right about that. I mean, there definitely are scenarios where you want to make sure that you're not giving away information by placing your utility. Because, I mean, of course, if you're throwing down nades in a certain direction, then the team knows which direction you're going to rotate in. If you're trying to cover yourself in between buildings, or if you're trying to smoke a down teammate so that you can get yourself cover. I mean, here, for instance, in this scenario, when you smoke the you smoke the buggy, sort of obscure your position a little bit, and if an enemy team were to see that, they know that there's something in there, and if they just lob a nade in your direction, they might just get lucky, so there definitely is the potential for that. I think there's also the counter that, of course, teams will have to be quite aware of their enemy positioning anyway, so they would have to know, oh, there's a downed team, a downed enemy over there, or there's a buggy in that direction. So there's always that, but you're absolutely right on that front. And we have gotten a little bit of skirmishing action happening here in the map. We're still a few minutes away from the action really going down in a big way. We're still waiting for that blue zone to become a bit of a threat. Right now, we're only moving in towards zone number 2, so it's not doing too much damage to the enemy players right now as it moves in and sort of restricts the playable area. But for now, we're just going to wait and see which of these teams is really going to pick up the pace. Right now we're watching Sincerity. They definitely have a lot of potential to make something happen. I want to see what it is that they are about this season, because they had some interesting plays going on for them in the previous season, but it was a little bit, less of a actual strat and more of a make it up as it goes along. So I'm interested to see if they solidify their team name as a team that is able to just think on the fly and really go in dynamically, or if they're going to bring out a playbook here in the season moving forward. We'll see. Of course, that zone has shifted slightly towards the northwest, centering in towards the George crates, and of course, the teams have moved in accordingly, so they're all going to be finding their positions. I also noticed that we have a very nice hill slap bang in the middle of that map, which could potentially be a little bit of a point of contention.
Yeah, that little hill down south of Jojopol, southeastern part of Jojopol, that is a really nice hill, to see the enemy takes multiple fights. You could for any team that is looking to actually control that area, you have to be a team that knows how to move, knows how to get your flanks in really quickly, knows how to watch your angles really, really tightly, cover each other, get the cross angles as well as quickly as possible. Because if you blink, there's like multiple teams onto your position trying to get you down, and you snooze, you lose, man. You snooze, you lose. No mercy out here, bro. But the rotations are currently coming in, and it's still really, really a bit early up in the game. About 10 minutes into this particular game right now, zone 2 currently counting down. I've got about 31 seconds right there to get into that zone 3. On rotations, we could see a couple of teams losing 1 or 2 players, which is one of the risks when they make those rotations, especially if they do not take the time to do a proper scouting at each turn of blind spot that they have, which is also one thing I was going to mention. I have not been seeing too much of it out here. Probably maybe they are trying to use echo locations, try to use the sounds to make their rotation. But I would love to see a lot more of these teams, making stops over certain hills to, check out, okay, where is the next? Well, okay, we know we want to move to this particular area, but we need to check out where the next particular, how clear that area is over an angle where we could take a fight. But yeah, lovely to see. We can see some engagements already coming in out here, Pachi.
Yes, we can, and we've just witnessed Team Unique picking up a very nice drop there, so they've got themselves some level 3 gear, and of course that AUG. There's also an 8x scope that was hovering in there, so I wonder if they've probably picked that one up to maybe get some of those long-range engagements going. Definitely could be quite a bit of a threat there, and they've also picked up that ghillie suit on one of their players, so they definitely are feeling pretty happy about their situation right now. Speaking about happy, BBC feeling a little bit happy, or BBCX should I say, feeling a bit happy about their position here, finding a few knocks in towards the Delta squad over there. You can see the BBCX players moving in just to confirm those kills, make sure they pick those up, which they will do in very short order, and they have done, and they should be able to get out of here no problem. They are pinned just a little bit by that blue zone, and there is a team just ahead, but they should be fine. The blue zone not going to be doing too much damage at the present moment, so that should be an escapable scenario for them. We move our attention over towards some of the teams making their rotations in. You can see Sully here from EFX making his way across the plains, potentially to regroup with the rest of the team, or maybe going scouting, definitely regrouping with the rest of the team, as you can see. And most of the teams just going to be consolidating, getting themselves into that zone. We are moving in zone 3 towards zone 4, which does mean that we are going to be approaching that mid-game very, very soon. And you can see the fights are definitely breaking out here. Delta taking a fight against Chaos, and actually sandwiched in between. They've also got BBCX, so a little bit of a triangle battle going on here as BBCX make their way out of that blue zone and start to encroach on the team there from Chaos.
Yeah. BBCX might be looking to actually make that push up onto the guy they're sniffing in right there from Chaos. Might be Minato. Gotta be careful on that one. They are sniffing him from every single angle right now. I think the push is already coming in as well. I would love to see what Minato could do on this one. He knows they are coming for him, and he's trying really, really hard to make that, make it work for his team. But now the grenades are going to start coming out. They want to make sure they deal as much damage as possible before they get into this fight, so they won't need to do too much bullet work as it stands right now. Real Inside looks really good for them already. Still 15 teams alive. They have 2 team kills up, and they are looking to get some more. Well, BBCX does seem to have finally found their man Minato and taking him down, leaving Chaos with just 1 player alive, I believe. And yeah, not looking too good for Chaos on this one. They've got 1 man left to just try and patch it together, stay as as long as possible, get those placement points. And yeah, it's kind of hell to be left with 1 man patchy.
It is.
They'll probably be out there like, man, just survive, bro.
Yeah, you've got to make that call. I mean, if you take a bit of a bad engagement in the beginning of the game, yeah, you've got to make that call. Just be like, all right, try and survive as long as possible. Maybe we can do some sneaky stuff, like we saw the last time around, last week, I believe it was. We had some very sneaky stuff going on, and a bit of a cheeky pull. I think it was like 2nd place even. But in any case, teams now moving forward. We did see one of the teams getting knocked down to 1 player. And now we follow the rest of the teams as they try and scramble on in towards that zone. We saw BBCX actually picking up 5 kills for themselves, which is really, really good to start things out, because that's 5 points in the pocket just straight off the bat. And I mean, that's the equivalent of a pretty decent mid-level placement here, in any single game. And now, of course, we've got Black Crystal moving on up, just taking out the rest of Delta Force there. So they've got a bit of a problem on their hands, picking up 2 kills for themselves. Black Crystal going to feel happy about that state of affairs. We've still got plenty of teams that need to get taken out, lots and lots of players that have yet to fall, have yet to perish, and that means a lot of potential points in the pocket of any team that is brave enough to go looking for those kills. And any moment now, we will start to see that happening at a much faster pace as we move in from zone number 4 to zone number 5. And you can see an airdrop coming in on the corner of the map with an MK14 in it. That's a full Mark 14 there with some nice level 3 gear and some bullets in there for any team that wishes to grab that real quick. It could certainly make something happen with it. You can see the zone has chosen to move slightly up towards that northwest position. So a couple of the teams will have to rotate on in that direction. And now that this drop has landed right in the middle between two teams, we're going to see if Team Unique is going to get a little bit cheeky, a little bit greedy here for that second drop.
It's a bait drop. It's a bait drop calling you how to come get it. The first man to run to that drop probably turns into a box with a green smokes on top of it. But right now we can see it's going to be insiders slowly, trying to make their way into a proper position. And Slay needs to be careful not to get slain at this point in time. Mad Knight, on the other hand, is also trying to set up some sort of like trap right out here on this bridge to catch all teams on the rotations. And we're going to be seeing a bit of a chase coming in from Mad Knight. I'm a win. Will he be able to get that angle he's looking for? Probably might be able to get a couple of shots into that position, but as it stands right now, side men are going to be going at it with the players from BBC, but unfortunately BBC goes down right there in 14th position, back to the lobby with 5 elimination points, but not before Chaos comes into this fight to fire a couple of shots towards sidemen, and sidemen is also going to be taking the hits on this side. It's lovely to see how each one of these teams, react to gunshots. Try to see, they are not just sitting there like, oh, we are not the ones getting shot at. They are actively moving to position themselves to be at advantage, to get the upper hand. You probably get a couple of kills in the process as well. And it's lovely to see also that some of these teams knows how well to get into a compound and create that defense so well that if you try to penetrate, break through their ranks, definitely you are going to lose 1 or 2, or probably even get your team cleared out here. It's amazing to see such IQ plays coming in from the majority of the teams that we have in this tournament, Pachi.
Yeah, it absolutely is, and it's just really great to see that the teams are taking this to the next level as they do every single season, just upping their game that much more and giving us a really great show. And now we get to have a look and see who is going to be stepping it up here for game number 1. We've got 13 teams remaining, and Team Unique taking a little bit of a shots in their, well, actually in their flank all over the show, trying to push up this hill is a bit of a mistake. Team Unique down at the bottom, trying to support them, but the Mad Knights just showing their prowess once again. This team was able to pick up some very impressive early games in last week's games, and now they're looking to maybe get a little bit of a repeat on that. You can see BBC getting active in that kill feed, Mercury getting taken down there from EFX, as the Mad Knights can reconsolidate their team and get ready for that push, because they do have to make their way up into the zone once again. We have moved into zone number 5, pushing towards number 6 potentially, and even 7, depending on how long this game goes. And that means we're moving into the end game. And with 12 teams and 30 players left on the board, that means a lot of chaos. That means a lot of battles, a lot of fighting here. BBC have taken up a position on the top of the mountain to try and get a bit of an overview as they rotate around and try and get into the zone. And elimination comes through. That's the sidemen getting sent back to the lobby, leaving us with 11 teams now remaining. The Mad Knights on 3 kills, looking to add another scratch to that count. Not able to do it just yet, and Sincerity getting involved in the kill feed with Aatrox there as well. So the teams are definitely looking to make something happen, and the time is certainly running out as that blue zone has started to move on in, and BBC now under fire from the Mad Knights.
Yeah, Tyson is doing a lot of beautiful work with that M4, eating the shots, getting them to make use of their E-labels. That's another strat, even though you might not get the knocks in, make them waste their E-labels so that even in the when it comes to the end game, it will be a lot easier to, win based on the health values you've got. But as it stands right now, it's about to go really, really, kaboom on every single side as we are down to zone 5 and we still got 10 teams up alive. Very few of the teams are still up with their full 4 players right now, majority down to 2 or 3. We've got BBC right in between multiple teams getting sandwiched as Mad Knight is pushing up on their flanks, and right in front they've got TG looking towards their direction as well. Rotation smokes right now might be their way out of. They possibly need to just make that push up onto BBC, clear them out of their that little hill so they could have proper control. But I do love the way they are handling the smokes right now, using the smokes quite well to make that push up. But 6 right there from BBC could get an angle onto them, could change the whole gameplay. But the beast has got an eyes right onto him and he keeps sending down the nades and Molotov. Oh man, he got the knock, and yeah, I think they might be able to clear this hill really quickly. This is looking really good for Mad Knight. I think they're actually just letting us know at this point in time that yeah, we are number 1 on that leaderboard and we want to stay number 1. This is why we are number 1.
Yeah, it's actually really good to see. You know, I was worried a little bit there for the Mad Knights as they came up on the back of that hill because that wasn't in the zone, but they just did a fantastic job of managing their position. They knew that BBC was ahead. They were aware of the potential flank from sticks, and the nades just came through. The smokes were there, the nades were there, the Molotov came in, consolidate. It was just very, very easy for them to clear out that position, flush it out, and eliminate BBC, pick up a few more kills for themselves. So definitely very impressed with Mad Knight's performance so far in the beginning of the season here in the group stages. In any case, we have underrated esports here. Clutch Guard on the top of a mountain here behind this rock. The team is trying to hold a bastion at the top of the zone, which is absolutely minuscule right now. Zodiac prepping some nades here from Aatrox, trying to send them in towards Undisputed and see if they can pick up a few nasty picks. Right now, the teams are slowly just creeping their way in, trying to stay inside the safety of that zone. Zodiac taking a little bit of fire and definitely in a bit of a tough spot. Clutch Guard just making sure to keep his targets down, keep that suppressing fire going through, and there's the great shots onto the vehicle. Explosion going to knock dead down, and that's going to mean he can turn his attention straight on towards Zodiac, who's also sitting very close to a vehicle. Has to be careful about that one because Clutch Guard is quite happy to just put those bullets right into those vehicles. Now the Mad Knights making their push up, and this could be a problem for Aatrox. Even underrated needs to be very, very careful about what's about to happen. The Beast, look at those shots, absolutely pinpoint precision coming through there. Aatrox getting eliminated. Of course, underrated going to pick that one up at least, so they've got some kills in the pocket, but is it going to be enough to fight the Mad Knights, who have just shown their skill in being able to flush out these positions right now? They are outside the zone, though, so they are facing a little bit of a tough time. The Beast getting taken down. Cheddar from Blackjack also facing a bit of a tough time as they try and rotate on into that zone. You can see it's utter chaos as Zinc puts Slay down. Slay getting taken out there. Coco trying to get himself to the top of this mountain. He knows that he is outnumbered. The top of this mountain looking absolutely nuts. Underrated. Just trying to keep this position under control. They have to look in every single direction. There's just enemies on all fronts.
Yeah, taking fights on multiple angles right now. Underrated esports standing strong with 4 players still up alive and looking to take some more kills before this game comes to an end. If they don't put an end to this game themselves. And Rila Insider right now left with just one man trying to slog it out as he sends the shot in, but unfortunately gets spotted by yet another member of Underrated esports covering the angles right there. Revives are in motion as I think Mad Knight is down to just 1, 2, 3 players. I think one of them is currently bleeding out, has been revived. Probably a lot of speculation on my end right there, but it's all chaos every single angle you're looking at right now. Just 5 teams in this particular one, 12 players, and every single shot is connecting right there from Mad Knight as they push up onto Clutch Guard, trying to get that thirst. In come the test, will Mad Knight be able to pull a 3v4 onto the guys from Underrated esports? A 3v3 at this point in time, or a 2v3? I think I'm not too sure about what I'm seeing right now, but man, these gun skills on these guys from Mad Knights, patchy.
Yeah, it is a little bit worrisome there. These teams need to be careful here. They can't just walk up. And I mean, Mad Knights is running out of steam, but it's slow, and they're just absolutely landing the nades. Look at this. This team is down all of their players. They've got 2 players left, and despite that, they're still doing so much work. The pinpoint accuracy, the laser beam shots from these guns, the nades coming through. They have just been on point today. This whole season so far in the group stages, they have been on point. And it looks like Mad Knights are coming to play right now. They're going to keep going up against the Blackjack, and they are winning their fights here. Myth making sure to land the shots, and he will get the elims as well. Blackjack getting sent to the lobby. There's 4 teams remaining now, 7 players left on the board. Elims coming through on towards the Mad Knights, so the Mad Knights will find themselves finally running out of steam with 1 player left, but that doesn't mean they're out just yet. We've seen what they can do with very little resources, so they are still a little bit of a threat here. Mercy making sure to get the HP back up and reassess the situation. These teams have to make sure they don't throw this one. Right now, Trinity, the team in question, are they going to be able to take the chicken here? They've got 3 players on the board. The HP is looking good for all of them, and they have control of this zone. Can they maintain it? Or is Pyro's going to work a little bit here?
He spotted him. Get your gun out. That is it.
Oh,
I know he spotted the helmet through the glass. And he takes him off really quickly. Mad Knight is still up alive. They've got 1 player. Trinity Gaming looking strong with 3 players up. But that is going to be yet another one. Gets taking that real quick as Team Unique is putting in the work. He's got the grenade in, and we've got 2 solos right now versus a 3-man squad. And he takes down yet another one with the grenade. We're down to 1-1-1, right? Oh, the game just took a really, really crazy turn right now, because now the playing grounds are even, because Messi is bleeding out really, really fast. That could be from, multiple knocks over the course of the game right now. Phoenix, Zinc, and Savage looking to go 1v1v1 on all angles of the map. Look at this, bro. Just look at this beauty.
This is the best triangle that we have seen in a final zone this season, and I really hope we get to see more of it. All 3 of these guys throwing the nades out, putting the smokes down. We have Mad Knights, we have Team Unique, and of course Trinity. Trinity having that position right there behind the rock. Zinc trying to utilize that spot. The molly comes through on towards Savage, but he is not fooled, and Phoenix just trying to keep themselves alive. Savage maybe getting a little bit aggressive here. He wants to go for the kills. He's hungry for this. Mad Knights already have 11 points guaranteed, but now the fact that they're making it into top 3 means they've also got a guaranteed top 3 placements, which means they're at least getting those extra double digits. So these guys are already doubling their score. Mad Knights certainly coming to play in a big, big way. But the question is, who's going to walk away with the chicken dinner here, Viper?
It's really hard to tell, but looking at the positioning we've got right now, Zinc it seems like Zinc has got the best position. These 2 have spotted each other. How is he not seeing that pixel out of place? Yeah, he spotted him, definitely spotted him. And wait, what just happened right now?
I think
Play Zone got him after he got shot.
Stands up, tries to go for the kill. Trinity puts the shots in. Wow. Blue Zone does the rest. Trinity taking that chicken dinner with a considerable number of kills as well. 7 kills coming through for Trinity. But I mean, just look at that Mad Knight score, Viper. That is something else. Those kills just coming in huge. I mean, Savage, 7 kills alone for his team. And they've also gotten themselves that 2nd place.
It's just really beautiful to see the work Mad Knight put into this one. Trinity actually was able to hold himself tight as well, because they came into the final zone with a full squad, and unfortunately, as grenades came in left, right, and center, ended up with one that ended up winning by that death to the Mad Knight man from the play zone right there. So it was an absolutely beautiful match from that last 1v1 in the triangle zone, forcing them to push up onto each other. It was just really spectacular to see.
Yeah.
Phenomenal performance coming in here from Trinity Gaming, boys. And they take this dub. They take the winner chicken dinner. 7 eliminations, a ton of points coming in as well from the placement, 15 from there, so a total of 22 points. And that is not just a great haul for them here, but they have immediately doubled the point tally that they attained across the entire day of play last week. they've done an amazing and phenomenal job coming into this one. Patchy, you were talking about how some of these squads have the decision to make. Do we go all in? Do we try to make something happen? Or do we play a bit more reserved? A lot of the squads today definitely made the former decision. Trinity Gaming just came out on top. Mad Knights just decided that we're not going to stop with this, basically playing Call of Duty at this point in time. And, the one team that I really want to highlight and bring up to our attention, boys, underrated esports. Not only did they get themselves quite a ton of kills in the situation, but there was a long period here, Viper, where they were controlling the pace within the zones, making everybody play around them. And last week, they were literally missing. Nobody really noticed them in the lobby. What do you think changed psychologically for them coming into today's matchup?
I did mention it last week that a couple of these teams out here that were not performing too well would go back to that drawing table and be like, what exactly are we getting wrong right now? And I believe the IGL right there and the team from Underrated Esports did put a couple of, drawing table work in there. And this is actually showing in the matches they have today. I hope it's going forward, they will be able to keep that consistency. But if they go on like this, definitely we will be seeing them moving up in that leaderboard table.
Absolutely, as we're going to be taking a look at our match MVP in a moment. But as they move up the leaderboard here on the side of Underrated Esports, they still have to be careful, Patchy, because as much as you're getting these points, as much as you're putting yourself in very good stead, we still have to deal with literal savages like Savage here from the Mad Knight, who continues to just be on a tear. Last week, the squad got a ton of eliminations, 24 in total over the course of the day. In this one map here, Patchy, they've gotten 12, 7 of them coming in from Savage. Do they even care anymore about the placement points, or are they just literally just playing for these eliminations right now?
Well, I mean, it kind of seems like those things are going hand in hand, because what I was seeing from the Mad Knights, just in this game was, they were being very active, but they were making very good work of the things that they had to do. They were coming in, the rotations were there, they were making sure to take their fights very, very solidly. And I think the highlight of that was just seeing them take that hill away from BBC. They literally just came up from behind. The blue zone was pressing at their backs, but they didn't panic, they didn't over push, they didn't overextend, they didn't slip up, because they could have very easily made so many mistakes coming into that zone. But the smokes came down to mask the push, and then they made sure to clear the flanks as well, and they didn't let Sticks get any cheeky shots off. The nades came through, the mollies came through, the shots came through, and they were able to secure that hill very, very easily. Very, very expertly, and it shows. I mean, if you just take a look at the rankings, the fact that they didn't get the chicken dinner means nothing to them, because they have doubled their points, 24 points in total in that one match. Mad Knights looking very, very good for themselves. It doesn't last forever though, but certainly great to see this, and I'd like to see a little bit more coming in from the Mad Knights and also the likes of Trinity Gaming.
Yeah, Trinity Gaming played really well here. Underrated Esports. I was actually laughing at some point with Clutch God. He kept just blowing up vehicles. It was really fun to watch how many kills he got. So I want to see more of it. But Viper, what I want to see less of is this dynamic that we're yet again seeing, where the upper echelon teams are just so much further ahead than the teams behind them. Team Unique, Underrated Esports, Trinity Gaming, Mad Knight, all of them 12 plus points being accrued in this particular game. Blackjack Esports is somewhat close with 9, but the gap already from 6th place, only 6 placement points for the BBTX squad there. The Insiders also really struggling with only 6, Sidemen getting 4. What on earth is happening here, Viper? Why is there such a huge disparity between the top teams and everybody else in the pack?
I guess the top teams right now are just sending a message to the guys down there, like, you need to really put in the work at this point in time. If you don't put in the work, the gap is only going to get wider right there. So yeah, I believe the guys down on that list are definitely going to go back to that drawing table that I keep mentioning and try to pick up a couple of things here and there. And over the couple of coming weeks and coming games, we'll be seeing them performing a lot more better.
Something that we were talking about just before the games themselves started, as we do see the second page of the teams here. We spoke about the grenades and the meta of grenades, right? And Patchy, I'm actually pretty glad we had that discussion, because this particular map here showed us exactly how powerful that can be, especially when we got it getting towards the latter portions of the game. Whoever was controlling the area with their nades, controlling vision with their smokes, seemed like they almost always were able to win any kind of engagement that they found themselves in with these other squads. How do you practice against this? Because it's one thing to say, well, I can aim the guns better, but when the enemy teams have just better map understanding than you and better ways of forcing you to play around them, is there any kind of counter that you can make on the fly before the second map starts for the day?
Well, I mean, if you hadn't added the second part, I'd say the best counter is just to learn how to use the counter util. You know, if someone's popping smokes, you need to be popping smokes. Someone's throwing nades, you need to be throwing nades. If someone's throwing mollies, you need to be throwing mollies, and all that such things. You know, you've got to make sure that your utility work is just as on point, you know, to be able to utilize it, at least to the extent that it enables you to stop getting steamrolled by a team that really knows what they're doing. On the fly, though, it definitely means that teams will have to be very, very careful about what they can and can't do. I mean, generally, if a team would usually be able to hold a point, but then aren't able to do so because of, you know, oh, look, there's a team there. They usually aren't there, but now they have utility and they're making it very, very difficult for us to subsist here. Then, yeah, you sort of need to play a little bit more cautious, need to play a little bit more safe. You can't really make the extravagant decisions. You can't make the overly crazy plays because, you know, you'll just get punished. I mean, if you get separated from your team, you know those mollies are coming in. You know those nades are coming in. I mean, if you're standing next to your vehicle like we saw last game, you have the potential of just getting blown up regardless of whether you have some cover or not. So you've got to make sure that you play carefully. If you can't use the utility to counter your opponent's utility, then yeah, you've got to play a lot more cautious and careful.
You see over here the difference between the squads that are capable of using those utils quite well. Those who have played the 4 matches but occupy the top half of the table, looking very strong for some of those squads, especially the team of Mad Knights, extending a great gap between themselves and everybody else chasing. But here we look at the teams that are rounding out 8th to 16th place. Very glad to see both Aatrox and Underrated Esports, who had some difficult days at the office last time around, but they've done a decent enough job here of getting themselves higher and higher. What is a bit of a concern here, Viper, is now if you're one of these teams that has played this 4th match now, it's very scary when you've played 4 matches and you still find yourself trailing behind teams that have only played the 3. It's one thing if it's in this situation, though, when you're somewhat close in the point spread. But the teams that we're seeing right now that are going to come up in a second, from 17th all the way down to 24, you are starting to get left behind, Viper. And I know, yes, we talk about how there's not going to be that much pressure on you, at least in the earlier weeks, but it's hard to ignore psychologically, right? The fact that it looks like this and you see your name at 24 instead of 2 or 4 or something like that.
Yeah, I would not dispute that. Definitely, no matter how strong you are, it begins to actually weigh down on your psychology and how well you want to, make decisions inside the game. You tend to become either, withdrawn, trying to play it safe, trying to go for the placement point, or you're trying to just go all out. And finding that balance at that point in time is going to be a bit difficult, which is what you need to try to be doing at that point in time. So it will take a really good idea or a member of the team that calms down his teammates and it's like, we can do this, guys. Let us try this. Let us try and make this work. This is what we're doing wrong, and we need to actively, handle our situations better and use whatever we've got at that point in time to get us to where we're going. So it takes one person to take charge in that particular situation and make it work for the team, from prevent them from spiraling down that particular hole.
Yep. We want to definitely avoid the death spiral, want to avoid you just falling into a pit of despair. You need to have confidence in your abilities, believe in your team. And part of that belief, Patchy, is believing that you can do things on maps like Sanhok. This is the one X Factor map that we have where no matter how much better your opponent is, no matter how much more practice they are, chaos reigns on this map, and chaos can often be your friend. In fact, some of the teams that are occupying the top 8 positions that we saw earlier are teams that got a large bulk of their kills on Sanhok last week. Are we going to be seeing a similar dynamic emerging again here today, Patchy?
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised, honestly. I mean, you hit the nail on the head. This is the chaos map, the wild card map, whatever you want to call it. We often see some of the teams that are traditionally strong struggle a little bit here because the field of play is definitely changed up quite a bit. You've got the zone that often tricks a lot of teams into a false sense of security. The first couple of zones, a little bit slow, a little bit paced, but then once you hit the mid game, they go so quickly. You barely have time to think. You barely have time to really plan out what you have to do. You have to come in to this map with a game plan. You have to come into Sanhok knowing what's going on, because you know you're going to get thrown into the deep end at some point. You're going to get tested by the map itself, and not just the other teams that are playing on it, because of course they're testing you all the time. This time you are being tested by the very terrain that you're playing on, by the very blue zone that is at your heels all the time. You're getting caught out if you're not prepared. And so, yeah, I mean, this could be the map where if you're feeling a little bit low and you're like, guys, we got to make some sort of a comeback. This is a great map to try, you know, pull something out of the pocket and go, all right, let's pick this spot and let's just be an absolute nuisance to everyone who comes past.
Yeah, definitely. That certainly makes sense to me. Something that I still want to probe your guys' mind about. As we saw at the very end of this game here, when we were still on Erangel, that particular try split, which was beautiful. Oh, that's shout out to the production for that zoom out, so you can see all the different players just having that beautiful triangle. Something that rarely happens on Sanhok, right, is generally that doesn't happen all that much. There's too much chaos for this to really take place in this fashion. Viper, do you think we're going to be getting, you were mentioning before we started the broadcast that you want to see some teams maybe adopt a stealthier playstyle here? Not that easy to do on Sanhok, of course, but if you are one of these squads, right, that's been thinking about adopting that kind of stealthy playstyle, what can they do on this map if you do want to play in that more reserved fashion?
So one thing I've always noticed is that majority of the teams need to get a lot more efficient with how they loot and how they time their movement. So for instance, now we have teams that takes a lot of time to loot in that particular phase zone. If you want to build a team that sets traps, that puts down that ambush, and you know, be stealthy, you have to be really quick with your looting. You have to know what you want, where you will find what you want. So you go there within a minute, 2 minutes, you are done, and you are moving to set down your ambush. So said definitely they need to get a lot more efficient in how they get their looting and movements done.
We'll see if they've taken this advice on hand and if they've internalized exactly how to be more efficient, more proactive on the Sanhok map, which is where it can all really flip on its head. Your fortunes can change on this one map. So let's see which one of these teams will grab their destiny in their hands. As we once again have Patchy and Viper on the mic. We've got another game of PUBG Mobile. The Umzansi Esports League Season 5, brought to you by Nodwin Gaming, continues here with some more hype. Gentlemen, take it away. Bring us this action.
Thank you so much, Snare. It is map number 2. It's our wild, chaotic Sanhok map. And we've actually got a pretty decent flight path here, moving from east to west off the side of Camp Alpha. All the teams are going to be pretty happy with that. Easy to drop down and get exactly where you want to go. Not that it was difficult to begin with, but hey, this makes it a little bit easier now at the very least. And already what I'm seeing, Viper, is I'm seeing 2 teams very, very close to one another towards Camp Bravo. And I'm also seeing that zone up in towards the north. So I'm expecting some hot drop. I'm expecting some fights to happen right off the bat. This is exactly what we want.
Yep, Black Clover already eating it up right there to Sideman, Atrox, and Team EFX also, you know, trying to get the shot into each other. I don't know what these teams are thinking, though, but these are the teams that should actually, you know, be putting a lot of work right now to get themselves up on that leaderboard. I think Team EFX was in the top 8, so they might be a little bit comfortable, but not too comfortable out there. But probably we are seeing Atrox trying to challenge them right now. They are not too far down around that 10th position in the leaderboard as well. So it's I don't know how this is going to turn out because each one of the teams are actually trying to play it really, really cautiously. But as it stands right over right here, right now, oh, nice grenade coming out. Pyros is going to jump straight out for that shot. That's a delicate one. Okay, I'm loving to see how Cloud is making this movement with that AK right now. And this is wonderful. I would have expected his teammates on the flank to get the shots for him right there, but doesn't seem like he's quite aware of the situation right now. But players are already going down left, right, and center here in Sanhok. It's beautiful how to see, you know, early engagements like this at times.
Yeah, it is. I mean, I love hot drops as much as the next guy, and I mean, we just saw some very nice early fighting happening here. We've got our team there from Delta who have taken a little bit of a loss here. As a Clutch did manage to pick up a very nice kill off of that nice duel coming through from him. He managed to land those shots very well. And now Delta look like they want a little bit of payback. Shoto coming in, moving very, very close to Powerboy and Fearless. So we'll see if they can make something happen here. anything really to try and get some recourse here. Because if Delta goes through with the rest of this game, not taking anything back, no points in the pocket for their loss, well, then they're just going to be on the back foot and they're going to get nothing for it. So they may just look to try and make something happen here, try and force the issue and get something back here from this fight.
Yeah, nice movement coming in from Floki right now. Might have exposed himself with that grenade, but Clutchcode has got to get some ice right now on the back of his head. One thing I was going to quickly mention was that that solo Delta player that landed away from his teammates and got, centered right there by the guys from Underrated Esports. In the upcoming games, they need to work on that particular hack. So you don't want to be too detached from your teammates. You want to be in a position whereby you could get some cover fire, at least some help from the rest of your team right now. And as it stands, it does seem like Underrated Esports is playing it quite, safely around Delta, as Delta is looking to push up in, box them in right down. But Underrated is just making the counter flanks, the movements just to get away, to slip away from that particular grip that Delta is looking to put onto them right there. Compound fights like this, early fights like this, takes a couple of minutes before both teams will be able to, trade knocks and probably get the win over the other one. But at the end of the day, it might as well be worth it if the winning team doesn't lose too many players.
Yeah, for sure. And now, of course, they haven't really been able to find anything in return just yet. And of course, now they find themselves in a bit of a stalemate position. If they push any further, they will get picked off. Some nice flanks coming in, potentially from Pyros and Paraboy, of course, on the corner. So they've got a nice little V-shaped cup going over here that will certainly stop any of the pushes coming in from Delta Squad. And now they find themselves in the position of, okay, well, we can't make the counter-attack happen. Can we retreat potentially and just save what we have in our team right now? Because they might just get pushed themselves. And of course, Silver taking a little bit of damage there. So a little bit of exchange of fire happening here between these two teams. And I think these are the earliest fights that we've had here so far. And there it is. Some nice picks coming in from Floki. Clutch getting taken down. And that's some nice oversight on Underrated's team actually getting taken away. So that's a little bit of a foot in the door for Delta if they want to maybe push this issue now.
Yeah, it's a really nice foot in the door, but it seems like Underrated Esport has returned the knock immediately, and they are going for the push. Even though they have a man down, they want to make that push, but the grenade comes in. Oh, he got out of that one just in the nick of time, but the UMP almost always wins. Knocks getting in left, right, and center. Underrated Esport down to one player in quick succession as Floki, the man from Delta, is still up on that roof, being a major threat right now to Underrated Esport. What is Paraboy going to do? Will they prioritize, getting the ill up right now, getting his teammates up, or will they be going for this fight? But right now, I know Floki is going to be taking advantage of this. Paraboy is still up, getting the revives. Oh, that is going to be Underrated Esport. I wouldn't have predicted that, Pachi.
Yeah, certainly not. I mean, right there, Underrated Esports were looking like they had the better position. They won the early fight. They had the man advantage, and they even had the positional advantage there, and it just slipped from their grip, and a few mistakes, and they just lost the plot. And there it is, the Elam coming through, and this is the power of Sanhok. It just goes the way you do not expect it to go. And of course, we switch our perspective here. It's BBCX now looking down the barrel of Trinity. Trinity, of course, having all of their team clustered here in this little town section over the road, whereas BBCX may be a little bit scattered along this mountain. So Renil has to be very careful about how he approaches the situation. And here is EFX pushing up in towards Aatrox. Zodiac putting some shots in. Arrow has to be careful here. The push does look possible, but right now, Aatrox, they've got some angles, and if they hold them correctly, they could just take the win here.
Yeah, it's at this point in time, I wouldn't be trust the angles right now on Sanhok. Yeah, it's good to hold the angles, but anything can happen. This is Sanhok. Anything can happen. Man, look at this. I think both teams have been able to, prune each other down by one player. So they are both up They are both down left with 3 players right now. It's a 3v3 situation coming in from EFX and Aatrox. Both teams listening for the sound. Both teams looking for a loophole. Both teams waiting for the opponent to actually make that mistake. As Unique and Real Insider are also, slugging it out right there in the background. I don't know how this is going to go because they seem so close to each other that even trying to pull out of this particular one is going to be a bit of a is going to have a bit of difficulty. But I can see Sully trying to make a quick play right there, going for the wide flank onto that one. Might be a smart play, but if he gets caught on that one, could be really, really disastrous for his team. As Team Unique is still dealing the damage onto Insider. Right over there, I can see that with the corner of my eyes right now. Aatrox, on the other hand, is just trying to keep EFX really, really stuck. But I think the movement right there from Sully is actually, making a major difference as he was able to get a couple of shots into Aatrox right there.
Yeah, and I mean, both of these teams are pretty committed to this fight. It's going to be hard for them to untangle at the moment. EFX definitely trying to dodge around behind that wall and see if they can find anything of interest here from Aatrox, who are just biding their time at the moment, not making any rash decisions just yet. They are receiving a few shots of fire from their opponents here. EFX looking for those angles, but just not able to find anything concrete just yet. Zodiac is a little bit low, but that might not mean all that much because he's standing behind a wall. So unless they can maybe land some cheeky nades, if they can find any, or if they can find some angles in to do some damage, this could be a very long, drawn-out fight here between these two. And of course, in that kill feed, you can see Black Crystal going up against the Sidemen there. Just a couple of exchanged shots going in their direction. And well, this is pretty much all we've got for the early game in the Sanhok. We had a little bit of hot drops. We had some pushes early on, but those have seemed to end in a little bit of a stalemate. There's no hard committing from some of these teams, yeah.
Yeah, this is still the early game, not too stocked up right there on the utilities, because I see this particular fight between Aatrox and EFX would have gone a whole lot differently if they were green. It's just like it's about to go right now with Black Crystal and Sidemen as that green is getting cooked. But I think he's caught wind of that one and moved out of the way just in the nick of time. But we might be seeing a pile up to push up onto that Black Clovers player right now from Sidemen. They just need to commit to that push right there. Get clear him. You sniffed him out. He's a solo player out there. Now might actually be the time to get that push up, and he jumps out. Now you can see he's cornered from every single angle, but the rest of Black Clover would be jumping in for the support. And man, oh man, Nef mean with the Tommy gun. Man, these SMGs out here in PUBG is really, really strong, bro. Especially in close quarter combat.
Yeah, and Sanhok, it's whip out the SMGs and go absolutely hammer. I wasn't sure if Xenon was actually aware of the opportunity they had. He had a very brief window of opportunity where the flank could have come in and he could have done some devastating things, but he didn't know that there was even that possibility, it looked like, and so he got pushed, and that's very unfortunate. Now it's the Sidemen with the tempo advantage pushing up in towards Black Crystal, and they are just on the run. There's nothing they can do about this. The knocks are through. You can see Helena just running for their lives and trying to stay alive, and I'm not too sure how long that's going to last. Here comes Psycho, and the SMG isn't handed the Vector, and it just tears through the HP bar. No problem. Black Crystal getting sent back to the lobby. 12 teams remaining now, 40 players left alive. Nerf and Psycho a little bit lower on HP, but easy to fix, and well, that's a nice easy win for them. Of course, we still have the stalemate going on here, Aatrox versus EFX. Nobody's budged, but the flank has come through for EFX, which could be used to devastating effect if they find the right moment. If they choose it correctly, they can definitely make something happen here. But right now, Aatrox just keeping a weather eye out, making sure that they're not getting overrun. But of course, we do have to start worrying about the zone at some point in time. So these fights, they cannot last forever. You have to make a choice sometime whether you want to commit or just rotate away.
Yeah, it's how I'm just looking at that particular little map up in the corner, and I'm thinking of a way Aatrox could get themselves out of this one. Could probably be maybe take two, pile up, sneak away from the fight, pile up onto Sully right behind them, and maybe double tag him. But the rest of EFX is definitely going to be pushing up into that fight with immediate effect. So it's a really tough one. They need to find a way to get a cheeky knock or something for them to get the advantage in this particular fight, because I know at this point in time that if EFX gets a knock, then they would immediately find the angle to make that push up in, which is what they're looking for right now. It's basically a stalemate at this point, and EFX would actually disengage easily from this fight, but I don't see that happening for Aatrox.
Yeah, I mean, right now they just have to find that foot in the door or make a decision to get out as soon as they can, because that blue zone is now moving in, as I mentioned, becoming a bit of a threat, and it's going to mean that these teams are forced into the decision making. They no longer have the time advantage. They no longer have the ability to make a comfortable decision. Now they have to make an uncomfortable decision, and we will see how that goes for them. We've got a nice drop that has hit the map, and we'll see if anyone actually goes for it. There are some players in the vicinity. It looks like 2 drops, actually. One close up and towards the northwest there by Sincerity, and of course one here closer towards BBC X, so they could come through and pick that up, which would be a nice little upgrade for them, an AUG and some level 3 gear, which could certainly help them in the long run. Of course, Camp Bravo is where we have EFX and Aatrox, who are currently battling it out in the blue zone, which is definitely not where you want to be battling it out. That is going to be a bit of a tough one, and we'll see who comes out on top of that. I think that's going to be the case for a couple of teams if they get caught out in the blue. We've got Delta here with BBC. Silver prepping some nades and getting ready to maybe just make a nuisance of himself. He does have the support of his team, so right now just looking for the window of opportunity to try and make something happen.
Yeah, the exchange is finally happening between EFX and Aatrox, and I think Aatrox already lost on that one with just one elims back home in that 12th position. But earlier on when that map was on, I did notice just down below, just towards the northwestern part of that circle, Mad Knight already setting up beautifully over that little hilltop down below that drop right there that you were mentioning earlier on. And you could, if the zone goes their way, I see them controlling that particular region because they have a foothold already set up there. Like anyone that passes through this axis, we are going to take them down. And that is happening. They are setting their foothold. So we've got Deltas trying to snake it around. Silver trying to snake it around. Make the push up into the enemy team, but that is going to be BBC 6 saying, "Ain't no way here. I'm the boss stop, and I'm going to make you guys, just stop." That's cheesy, but okay. All right, so Valak right now putting in the work for BBC, but he's got to find a way to get a cover as Team Unique is pumping shots towards their direction at the moment. It's Sanhok. It's the map is really small. You could shoot at people from just the hill next door right there, and you've just got to be aware of your surroundings at every single point in time. And I think Unique might actually be looking to make that flank really quickly and get a better positioning to get the shots into their enemy team right now, maybe make their way into the zone. But they've got to be careful on that one as well, as Sideman is just perched right on top of that hill. But I'm loving the way Ansley is moving right now. He seems to be really aware of his surroundings, Pachi.
Yeah, for sure. These teams definitely have had to up their game here for Sanhok. Make sure that you know exactly what's going on. You've got to make sure you know where your team is, where your enemy teams are. Make sure you hear for those footsteps, listen for those gunfights, and make your plans accordingly. Right now, we've got some teams just fleeing ahead of that blue zone. They know they've got to keep moving, and that is the nature of Sanhok. So far, we haven't seen many teams getting caught up, but we have seen a couple that got caught out just a little bit in that blue zone. We have 10 teams remaining now, and I feel like this is about to get a little bit more spicy. We've got Zane from Blackjack getting very, very aggressive. The confidence absolutely oozing, but it's overconfidence. Zane getting taken down immediately, not able to find what he was looking for with that tempo. But of course, now the Mad Knights do have to make sure that they do protect from the rest of Blackjack moving forward. The nade getting prepped does go over the kill, but it can't find the mark just yet. So Cheddar should be able to get the res here. AMD looking for it. There it comes, but no, the nade's just barely missing. At least they are being utilized, doing a little bit of damage. The Beast coming up behind there. Ammo looking for something. The nades are flying, but they are just a little bit off. In the ditch is the rest of Blackjack Esports. Here comes the counter attack to stop the res and Cheddar. There's just too much pressure. Can he cope under this pressure? No, it looks like he makes the wrong decision. Isn't able to get the gunfight going. Tries to double down on the res, and it wasn't the right choice to make. Loses that fight, loses his life, and well, now the team is set back to 2 players left. It's MG coming in with Reverb to try and keep the hopes and dreams of Blackjack Esports alive. But Savage, this man has been absolutely cracked all day long. He has just taken an MVP in the previous game, and he's looking to keep that streak going with some shots coming through. He does not let anyone slip through the cracks. He does not give anyone mercy. If he spots you, he is taking you down, and he's going to take the rest of the team with you. And of course, now MG forced to run for his life as BBC and Unique now go in, added a nice vehicle coming in to squash the competition, and Hainsley getting taken down by Sunny, that UMP tearing through the HP right there. And of course, that is the way that things go here on Sanhok. The tempo is certainly picking up, and that is only going to get more and more hectic as this game continues.
Yeah. But you know, something just came across my mind real quick right now. The last week we had the beast from Mad Knight, you know, taking that MVP with I think about 8 kills and over 1,200 plus damage. Now this week it's Savage taking the MVP. It's almost as though these guys are like, yo, this is my week. Let me take it this week. And then they move to next week, and there's someone else just waiting to take it as well. Mad Knights proving that each and every single player in their ranks is up to the task and can undo that particular position of the fragger if given the chance right now.
Yeah, it is going to come down to the next few moments, the next few decisions being made by these teams as that zone starts to move in once again and things become difficult. Desire trying to step up for the aggression, for the kills, but is punished for it. Too many angles to watch, and not all of them were covered, and not all of them were known either. So a little bit of a difficult spot there for Desire, but is going to be able to get rezzed by Muffin. Should be in time. The zone is doing a little bit of damage here. It's 4 zones deep, so the damage is not nothing to scoff at this point. Mad Knights now just moving their numbers back and pushing in towards that zone to make sure that they can just keep themselves in this one, keep themselves in a relatively decent position. We'll see if they can hold the top of this hill. The rest of the teams do start to push their way in and look for a spot in that zone. You can see Sincerity off in the distance, trying to keep themselves alive and trying to push in towards that blue zone. But Mad Knights, if they have anything to say about it, they're about to do a little bit of gatekeeping here.
Yeah, always looking to get those extra points. I know at this point in time they're probably like, oh, we just got only 3 kills, we need to multiply this as quickly as possible. But talking about multiplying it, right in the background, we can see Chaos for Tricks picking up a kill point right there onto BBC, I believe, and he's probably looking to do a lot more. But Tyson is going to spot Sincerity Desire down that hill, and then the flick of a wrist takes him down, immediately flicks over to the other side of the map and takes down yet another player. Like, man, this is some absolute beautiful awareness coming in from Mad Knight, being able to know which side the enemy is moving in from and adequately, you know, moving to tackle those threats without losing awareness of their particular position. It's just beautiful to see how well this team is playing together, and that teamwork is just what you aspire to have in your team, Pachi.
Yeah, absolutely right, Viper. Absolutely right. And what else you aspire to have on your team is kills in the pocket, which Mad Knights certainly do have as well. Now they are getting their rotations through into the next zone, which is looking very, very small right now. And the position's not very available, so they're going to have to fight their way across, and that's exactly what is about to take place. You can see that Mad Knight's already aware of the position of the Sideman and Chaos and EFX, and of course the likes of MG, who's right behind them, getting caught out by Ammo. Just, a little bit of an unfortunate spot. They thought they had the time to move through, but the Mad Knights were like, nope, we're not going to let you slip through the cracks. Once again, we're just going to pick up that free kill. Thank you very much. That's an extra point in our pocket. And as if the Mad Knights need that right now, they've just been absolutely leading the pack when it comes to kills in the group stages. So far, at least, another Elam comes through, and we have 8 teams that are still remaining. 21 players on the board right now. We have Trinity Gaming, who have been surprisingly tenacious here in this season so far, who have made their way up into the top spots of the previous game and are looking to try the same thing again now, although getting caught out in the blue zone because it is, of course, Sanhok, so the blue zone is always nipping at your heels. Mad Knights now taking a fight against Chaos and Trinity at the same time. which is a little bit of a difficult spot to be in for any team, regardless of how impressive the performance. Sincerity getting eliminated there as the shots now come through from Trinity Gaming as they try and keep their position here in the blue zone. Not very easy to do, trying to keep it safe. Mad Knight's going to have to consolidate the team as they start to move in. A knock has come through. They are going to have to push through into that into that safe zone, should I say, as that blue zone comes in, but no problem because they've already secured a spot up into the north, as you can see on that mini map there. It is up to Trinity Gaming to try and push through, but you can see they're just losing to that blue zone. It is not a fight that you're going to win. We've seen that time and time again. You cannot win the fight against blue zone. It's just not possible. And now, of course, they are paying the price for that. Mad Knights finding themselves in a pretty decent spot. Tyson just going to stick around for a little bit just to pick up the kills, get the kill confirmed, and ensure that Trinity is eliminated, and it will be very, very soon. Tyson actually almost going to lose his HP here. Has to be super careful about that. The third-party shots could end his life, so definitely doesn't want to get knocked out just yet. Ammo looking for Ranil, doing a lot of damage, and the shots will land as well. Can't get the kill confirmed just yet, and that's going to be secured by Zinc, who does have a decent angle, is going to heal himself back up. He knows how tough it is to stay alive and subsist in this blue zone. And oh no, lets it slip. That's a problem. He's dead. That's over for him. He does not manage to stay alive. What an unfortunate mistake. Just a slip of the finger. And that cost him his life. And now Trinity Gaming do get eliminated, but Chaos now pushing in from the side as the sidemen try to keep themselves alive, but it's not going to work. Hunter, too many crosshairs, too many shots. Just not able to dodge bullets. This is not the Matrix. This is PUBG. And right now, elimination are coming for you. The blue zone is coming for you, and the Mad Knights look like they have a very, very strong position here in the zone.
Wow, the movements from Mad Knights, the way they are charting their paths into each zone, the positioning, they are putting themselves in such a position whereby they control every single team around them. They force every single team around them to play their own game. Look at the map right now. They have complete and utter control of that particular zone. No one passes through without their permission. No one moves without them giving an okay. You move without an okay, you get sent back into a box. Like, this is absolute beauty coming in from Mad Knight. You can see they're already in that double digits kill right now. That is 12. BBCX being forced to crawl their way into the zone right now. I'm just hoping to, let Mad Knights miss something out of the way, and I'm pretty sure I'm a win. He's got his eyes right onto this position, but that they might have missed that one really quickly. You can see Frost OP jumping that, but immediately sweeping around and dropping him. They are down to just two teams right there, and it's a 1v4, bro. They are scouting the area, looking for the enemy at this point in time. This is just absolute beauty, Patchy.
Yeah, I mean, the heel strat coming out to secure the second place, and it should be secure, no problem whatsoever. The Mad Knights do have their chicken dinner. They're just celebrating a little bit as they have figured that out very swiftly. They know that they have taken that dub, and now they're just waiting for the blue zone to confirm it for them, which should come through very, very shortly. But man, I have to say, Mad Knights have been impressive today, Viper. Just absolutely impressive.
Full squad.
Yeah, and I mean, the thing is, if this was just a one-day performance, maybe you could brush it off. But now for the second day, we see that the Mad Knights are bringing something to the table here.
Yeah, definitely. But in as much as they are doing so well, I'm pretty sure a lot of these teams are getting, they are behind lit with fire right now, and they are pretty much angry at what is happening right now. So Mad Knight needs to watch their back, because a lot of the teams are going to be targeting them. There's a huge target on their backs right now, and trust me, majority of the teams will be looking up to pick up that reward for taking them out early in the game. So yeah, they need to work on getting better. Don't just get comfortable at what you've got right now. You need to keep working. But as of right now, they need to enjoy their win, and it's just really beautiful what we're seeing right now from Mad Knight. 15 kills, man. 15.
Yeah. And plus that chicken dinner is just going to be super, super spicy for them. There comes the confirm. So Mad Knights do get that as Team Unique, just making sure they get that secure of second place with the heel strat, and they do indeed do just that. Congratulations to the Mad Knights for taking that chicken dinner. 2k damage in that game, 15 eliminations with a total of 30 points. That's another doubling of the points that has happened here. And it's the Mad Knights this time who pull it off. And I mean, they were leading the overall leaderboard for the group stages so far. And now they're just continuing the trend. I mean, that's 30 more points in the pocket. I mean, there are some teams that don't even have 30 points yet, and it has been 4 days of play.
It is worse than that, Patchy. Not only do some teams not even have those 30 points to their name just yet, I just want everybody to really understand just what Mad Knights have accomplished here on Sanhok. They have just picked up more points off of this one map than all but 8 teams picked up over the course of 3 last week. Hell, there's teams who haven't done so over the course of 5 maps now. Mad Knights completely running away with this contest, completely setting themselves up as the dominant force here in the Umzansi Esports League Season 5. It is, nobody has come into this one expecting, for this to be easy, Viper. They were expecting it to be competitive, but I'm pretty sure that no one in their wildest dreams thought that they'd be experiencing a team that looks this dominant in the first 2 weeks. Are you kidding me? This is ridiculous.
Yeah, it is. It is quite. I don't know. It's quite surprising to see what is happening right now. But just in the spirit of keeping it straight, I would say maybe the rest of the teams are still keeping their strats at this point in time. They don't want people to know what's going on, and they are just looking to qualify and get into that next stage where they really show what they are made of. But right now, Mad Knight is killing it.
Yep. He does bring up an interesting point though, Patchy. The fact that some of these squads are hiding their power level, as it were. With Mad Knights coming out of the gate swinging this hard, this places a massive target on their back. This makes them the de facto team to study the most. They're the team that you need to watch out for the most. Because it's not just that they're doing well, but they clearly have cottoned on to a way of playing the game right now that is better than what everyone else is doing. Does this create problems strategically, given that your cards are really all out on the table right now? Or do you think that they might still have an ace in the hole lying behind them?
Well, I mean, if we talk about teams holding strats back, there's definitely the potential of, okay, well, we've seen the Mad Knights, what they do, we know how they play. We can just counter them when we get into the next stage of the game. But I mean, we say that, but I think that's only the case for a certain number of teams, or at least I can only say for sure that that's the case for a certain number of teams, because I know that there are teams right now that have shown what they have in the previous seasons of Umzansi. We've seen them go absolutely nuts. We know what they're capable of, and we know they are definitely pulling their punches just a little bit here in the start of Season 5. But as we've mentioned time and time again, that's kind of to be expected right now. We're not waiting for them to just burst out into their final form and show what they've got. They don't have to do that. They just have to qualify. To watch Mad Knights be so dominant is 2 things. Yeah, it does put a target on their back. It means that it's going to be a little bit easier to maybe see what they bring to the table and potentially counter them. But just saying that, I mean, the Mad Knights have still at least shown that they are a very capable team. And so I think even with the fact that they may be counter-stratted, even with the fact that they've sort of maybe played their hand just a little bit showing how strong they are, I think that they'll still be able to hang with the top teams. They'll still be able to make a competitive game for whoever's going up against them. And the thing is, they've got a little bit of what we were talking about earlier. They've got a little bit of that relaxation, knowing that they've probably got this in the bag in terms of qualifying for the next round. So they've got that, and they can start stratting. They can start, coming up with something new to bring to the table come the next round. And like I said, even if they don't come with anything super new, I mean, what they're bringing to the table now already should be enough to be competitive.
Yeah, absolutely. And speaking of being competitive, the Beast taking our MVP win in the second map here on Sanhok with 4 kills. Decent amount of damage being dealt out by him, but the really important thing and the really impressive thing, Viper, not that he got 4 kills. Of course, we saw Savage in map number 1 on Erangel getting 7 for his squad, but it's the fact that these 4 kills were very well distributed throughout the squad. 15 kills and not one person gets well too many by themselves. But the really impressive thing is the entire squad together at the very end. I don't think I've ever really seen the fact that the MVP with the survive time is actually shared across the entire team. They just look very cohesive right now, don't they, Viper?
Yeah, definitely. And I think that's what is working for them. And look at that. Getting that winner chicken dinner. That is the second winner chicken dinner they've had into this tournament. 5 games down, and I believe they are up to about 104 points or something right now. they've broken that 3 digits barrier, man. It's amazing.
We barely started the tournament. We're still in the second week of the Umzansi Esports League Season 5, and Mad Knights are already showing sheer dominance. Of course, on this map, they were followed up by Team Unique and BBC and BBCX, who were able to post up some decent numbers for themselves, but unfortunately, whenever you are those dominants, it does create this issue where it's difficult to even contextualize how good the other squads were, because they're all good only relative to what we saw Mad Knights being able to pull off. Unfortunately, some of the squads that we saw placing highly in the previous map, not really necessarily showing their full strength here on Sanhok. And we saw Mad Knights, you know, Patchy, you were talking just now about they know that there's going to be a target on their back. The interesting thing I noticed them doing is it almost felt like they were hunting down all the squads that were close to them in placement points in map number 1, just to make 100% sure that they could keep extending that gap. So we see these teams, Trinity, Underrated, Aatrox, Blackjack Esports, that had done decently on the first map, and most of them got eliminated by the Mad Kings in this one.
Yeah, I mean that also brings an interesting conversation. You know, if we're talking about teams from previous seasons, you know, previously strong teams that we know have a lot to offer, you know, maybe not showing all they've got. Now we have the Mad Knights kind of issuing a bit of a challenge, going, all right, let's see what you got. You know, let's see what you got. I mean, maybe you're pulling your punches just a little bit. We're still going to fight you. We're still going to see what's going on. You know, so maybe they're testing the waters in more ways than one. You know, it's not just a case of testing to see, oh, how does the game play out? How does the map play out? What do the teams have to offer? It's also, okay, what do you guys have to offer that played this before? What are you guys from the previous seasons who are supposed to be strong teams? What are you going to do in any given situation? Because ultimately, even if you're a team that isn't showing your true power, you know, let's say, you still have to play the game. And so just playing against those specific teams, just interacting with them, just fighting with them, gives you a little bit of a tip-off. You know, it shows you sort of how they play, how they respond to things. Because, I mean, unless you're just totally throwing the game and acting like a fool, then you are going to be showing some of the ways that you play. And, I mean, that's beneficial. That's useful for the Mad Knights to pick up on, going, okay, we fought this team earlier. This is what they like to do. This is how they like to respond. You know, if we're throwing nades into their house, this is what they like to do. They jump out. They do this, they do that. You can kind of see how cohesive they are. And I mean, you were talking yourselves now just about how coherent this team seems to be right now, and they're playing together. And I think that's definitely one of their strengths going into this, which is why I think they can be competitive moving into the next round, which I'm sure they I mean, even if they were to just play on like you know, second gear right now and just sort of channel it down a little bit, they'd be fine. I mean, they've broken the 100-point barrier, literally double the point of the nearest contestant in Blackjack.
Yep, they're at a point right now where if you combine the points of the second and third place teams, you still would need a little bit more to get to the Mad Knights points. Viper with the quick mats came through to give us a little bit of a spoiler to expect the scoreline, but here we are seeing it. Trinity Gaming, the Team EFX, teams that are participating today with Team Unique as well, have done a decent enough job from these placement points to get themselves into the top 8. But as we move further down this ranking leaderboard, Viper, I'm looking at this. Does not feel good to me. If I have, let's say I'm Chaos Kings or Sideman or Underrated Esports, I've played 5 games, we're going on to Miramar, which generally tends to favor the teams that are more strategically sound, have a better understanding of the map, exactly how to position for your rotations especially, which seem to be very important on this day. If I'm looking at this fact that there's teams that have played 3 games and that still have more points than us, how much work do I have to do on Miramar to try and make sure that I at the very least can relax and not drop out of the top 16 so early on?
Well, it's really at this point it's going to be a bit nerve-wracking for the teams, especially in that lower end of this particular page, because they would have to work extra hard to keep climbing up. And we must not forget that there are teams just right behind them that have just 3 matches down and that can easily catch up with a couple of points right there. So at this point in time, I don't really know what I can say for them, because it's not looking too, you know, bright. But I believe anything can happen. If one single really good game could change the tides of everything, with imagine picking up like 30 points in one game, then yeah, it's achievable. So that's what they should aspire to do.
And certainly, we see a team like Slime4KT here, who is occupying that 17th slot in their overall rankings right now, and they came out with one really strong showing Didn't just require them to be consistent throughout the night, but just to come out swinging when it really mattered the most. So looking forward to see if there's going to be any other squads that can do a similar thing, make a similar run and come back and not look so shaky as some of these squads have done. But the real scary part is the teams that are at the very bottom here, because now you're not just afraid of, well, we might not get ourselves into the playoffs, we might not get to the next round here. Suddenly, Patchy, you're worried about just maintaining your position in the Umzansi Esports League. And when you get to that particular point in time, you start to have all other questions in your mind. Does our team need to reform? Do we need to kick somebody to get somebody else in the squad who might play better at this point in time? So talk to me about what these squads must be feeling just in terms of their overall prospects, these squads that we see here that are occupying the very bottom of the overall ranking board.
Well, I mean, one of the things you'll notice is obviously that the large majority of them are the teams that only were able to play the 3 games. So they still have 3 games ahead of them to equalize with the rest of the teams once we finish today's games. So there's a little bit of hope in terms of, okay, let's just try and get some points on the board. And you know, once we've equalized our match number, then maybe we'll find ourselves a little bit higher on the board. You know, you've got to start talking. I mean, we talked about this very, very briefly in the beginning of the season where, you know, you've got to rely on those key members of the team to sort of just get the motivation going, get the strats going, make sure that your leadership is strong and that you can come back and come strong. Because I mean, one of the things is that I was very impressed by in season 4 actually was that we had some teams that were quite low down on the ranking in terms of the leaderboard, and they didn't give up. They just didn't give up. We actually had some teams that did give up. They just stopped playing. And it was very interesting because the teams that didn't give up were actually the teams that ended up being able to give themselves the chance to come back. And some of them did. Some of them did actually get into the spots that enabled them to move through and qualify. And I mean, that if nothing else, I mean, that's just the encouragement that you need, right? Like, it's not over until it's over. You know, you can still play, you can still make something happen. It is still entirely possible that you just drop that 30 bomb. You know, I mean, it's not off the cards. I mean, any team can pull it off. And yes, it can be some, you know, more difficult for some than others based on, you know, the team style and how well they've been doing in the season. But I mean, the possibility is always there. As long as you're playing the game, you always have the chance. And I definitely think that these teams can just take some motivation from that, because I mean, it's not over and there's plenty more games to play. There's plenty more points to get, and it's really not as dark and dreary as it may seem for the teams.
Well, this is not over for a lot of these squads, and it's also not over for the day of PUBG Mobile action, as we still have our third and final map of the evening, Miramar, the one where we see a lot of these squads really demonstrate who is better, who has a better understanding of this game right now. One thing that we need to talk about before we get into Miramar is going to be some of this gun usage. Last week, we saw it in Sanhok as well this week, but the over-reliance a lot of the times on these SMGs, boys. Last week it was the Vector, pretty much every single time doing the most amount of damage. Today we've seen a lot of UMP45s, a lot of Tommy guns being picked up early on and utilized to great effect. Viper, what kind of weapons do you want to see here for the teams who need a pickup here in this third and deciding map for Miramar?
Well, one of the very, very, most used weapons out here, long range, medium range, short range, very okay. It's the M4. So definitely I'm hoping to see a lot of these teams, getting to pick up their M4s with a proper kind of attachments, getting some quick scopes between the red scope and the 6X probably. And also for that long range, if they have guys that are really good with flicks, get those single shot snipers into use. You need to make use of them, because those knocks are going to come in handy for you, because if you get that opening knock, then it gives you that opportunity, that opening to make the right flanks, make the right push, and possibly get that team wipe.
Yeah, actually, that's a very good point to mention, right, about getting these early knocks. Patchy, we saw last week when G3 was playing on Miramar that the thing that they did really well, they wouldn't actually go super aggressive on an entire squad. They'd look for 2 knocks and leave and be like, we're out. It's just good enough to get the ball rolling for us in that direction. Do you think there's any squads, let's forget about Mad Nice, they're too good right now, but are there any squads that anybody else you've seen that might have that kind of cohesion? But before I make you answer that question, I'm going to let you answer it in the game itself, because we have Miramar ready. We have this last map of the night, and we still have Group A and D competing here in the Umzansi Esports League, brought to you by Nodwin Gaming. But most importantly, we've got Patchy, we've got Viper, we've got some action. Talk to you later, boys. Enjoy the game.
Thank you so much, Sne. It is going to be our final match of the night. It is map 3. Of course, it is Miramar, and we have already spoken a little bit about what this map has to offer, what the teams have to bring in going into a map like this. We've spoken about the M4s and maybe a little bit of those AWAMs and those long-range snipers. But of course, the what I like to see most of all here on this map are the mini 14s. Just got to go absolutely ham with those 14s. It is just how you do it. That's always been my favorite, at least in the past. Moving into this map, of course, the question is, do we have teams that are cohesive enough to bring something to the table? We're going to exclude the Mad Knights from the conversation just based on their excellent performance, should I say, in this map. And I think there are definitely teams that can make it happen. And we were talking about G3, but of course they're not in this match. Groups A versus D, I mean, we can look towards a team like, for instance, Blackjack. They do have the ability to make something happen. Whether they want to or not, maybe a different question. But I think perhaps that if we were to look to some of the teams that have traditionally done very well on this map, it could be them. We may be looking at someone like even Unique to try and make something happen here. They were getting a little bit of momentum in map number 1, weren't able to find what they were looking for, but at least something was going on for them there. So maybe they could certainly come into the conversation here. We're looking at the likes of EFX and all sorts of teams that could make something happen here. But ultimately, I mean, this is really the testing ground, isn't it? This is where we get to see how they react, because of course this is the first time that A and D have gone against one another here on this map. And so yeah, it really is anyone's game at this point. I mean, if we bring Mad Knights back into the conversation, of course they're always looking nice and strong, and so we can sort of predict that they will very comfortably get a decent number of points going into this map. And the real question is, are they going to find what they're looking for? Because this map is big, the rotations are slow, because that zone takes its time, and so you've got to make things happen, Viper. You've got to make things happen on this map. You've got to get those vehicles. You've got to get those rotates. You've got to go looking for trouble.
Yeah, I can see Blackjack Esports already, prioritizing that mobility, searching. I think they've been studying the map so well. They know where the irregular vehicles who spawn spots are, and they are moving immediately to claim them before they lose them to yet another team in the area. But it does seem like the other team, Pyros Paraboy, Clutch Goddess, underrated esports, are currently prioritizing that loot over the mobility as well. Blackjack Esports, even though they have a 3-man squad, that mobility is quite important, but sincerity is gonna be they're just gonna have that opening shot to their first blood. Is gonna, I reckon that's the first blood, right?
I think it is.
Yeah.
So yeah, must be.
Yeah, so first blood is gonna be BBCX Avoc for the day opening that kill feed, that kill point right there. Going straight to sincerity, courtesy of Rogue Baby right now, Pachi.
Yeah, and Rogue Baby is a player that we had a great deal of enjoyment out of coming in from Season 4. A lot of fun for sincerity, just the absolute snake work coming out from Rogue was definitely something else. Coming in with the lone wolf plays and the sneaky plays. We'll see if maybe they bring out something like that once again, or if perhaps they come to Season 5 with some other things to offer. We'll see. Of course, one of the other things that we've got to see is, are they going to be able to handle this Miramar map? We've been talking about the kind of long-range engagements, the kind of strategic plays that have to happen here. You've got to make sure that you get your priorities in the right order. You've got to make sure you get your loot, got to make sure you get your vehicles and your rotations coming through, and your positioning on this map is quite important. Especially considering you can expose yourself to some unknown angles on this map. You can get some very cheeky angles on the top of a hill or from a building in the distance. And like Snare actually very, very aptly mentioned, is that some teams on this map, or in fact a lot of teams, are quite happy with just getting some picks. You do not need to double down on the team wipes here on this map. And honestly, this map doesn't really lend itself to that either. Just because of the fact that it's so large, you find a team in the distance, you take some shots at them, maybe you get a couple of knocks, couple of kills. You do not double down on it. You do not go in. You do not overextend. There's no reason to go and try and hunt the rest of them down, especially if they're such a great distance away, because then you expose yourself. You have to rotate. You have to use resources and utility to try and get in and make an opportunity. Whereas instead, you just pick up the kills that you have, pick up the knocks, do the damage, and just leave. If you have the ability to do so, because you're going to get multiple chances to do it. I mean, this is the dichotomy. This is the difference between a map like, for instance, Sanhok, and here this map on Miramar. Because in Sanhok, obviously the fights are being forced on you. That zone is getting smaller. The rotations have to come in. You've just got to get it close and personal with your enemies. You've got to take the fight. You've got to make something happen. Here on Miramar, it's a little bit different. You have opportunity to take multiple engagements instead of doing it, just one and done, like for instance in Sanhok, where you have to go in, take the fight, and get your enemies eliminated so you can create space. On this map, you already have the space. So you can go in, take an engagement, get a little bit of damage, and then just leave. Rotate away, find something else, maybe even re-engage later. You don't have to hard commit on the fight. You don't have to go in for the immediate wipe. You can just play back, play safe, play a bit slower, find more damage. I mean, any bit of damage is worth it. Just to soften up your enemies, just to take away some of their meds, make them have to use some of their utility to stay alive, and just wear them down slowly, whittle them away a bit by bit, and that's really what this map can definitely lend itself into. You set yourself up on a nice hill, you find some enemies, and you just put the shots into them until you have to leave, and that's really what you can do here. So we'll see what the teams come up with, what they do decide to play here on Miramar as the final map here of today's games.
Yeah. So your head Pachi is out here clamoring for that beautiful game of patience, game of long. You're like playing it a long time, just chipping away at your enemies' health, making them waste some of those precious E-levels out here, which is a really smart gameplay, because if you can accrue as much E-levels and whatnot for the later game, and make sure your enemy team doesn't have as much, you've already won a percentage of the game just by having that. But at the same time, you have to be careful, because you have to conserve some ammo as well. But at the same time, it's a team game, so definitely you could have the hammer passing around from each of the team. I'm loving what Rela Insider is currently doing right now. You could see that scouting. That was something I mentioned earlier on. Maybe it could have stopped a little bit earlier on, because stopping exactly on top of that, if there was a team watching out from that particular compound he was scouting, might really be difficult for him to get back into cover. But yeah, he's got an idea of what he needs to do. But Nef me on this other hand might not be so lucky if he gets spotted right up there by that by the Rela Insider team. But I know he's pretty good. He's pretty handy with Mini 14, so he might be able to handle himself quite well on that one. Archie?
Yeah, certainly could. Those Mini 14s are absolutely deadly here on this map. You can certainly find some cheeky angles with them, and right now you can see the side men just looking in towards some of the competition, moving in. We've got Unique on the top of the hill, so the engagement is happening there on that front. There's a little bit of back and forth going there. There's a bit of exchange of fire. We have Nerf Me, who has been on the approach from the other side, and just making a little bit of a nuisance of himself, trying to get the presence on the map. And this is something that you can do. We were talking about the slower gameplay, the war of attrition gameplay, the adjustments and readjustments and the re-engagements coming through. And this is something else that you can do here on this map, is that you can actually also get some very interesting spread out positions. Obviously in maps like Erangel and especially Sanhok, you have to play together as a team. You've got to be there to get the re-engage, to get the second peak, to make sure that you can re-aggress on your teammates, you can heal them and get them back up and all such things. You can support them. But here on a map like Miramar, with all of the space that you do have access to, it's possible to just split the team into different kinds of coordinations, different kinds of groupings, to do different strategies, to pull things off. We talk about strategy a lot. This is where a lot of that comes in. You can say, all right, let's split up 2-2, or let's split everyone up. Let's send all 4 players in different directions and cover a little bit of ground, go scouting, see what's happening, see where the enemies are, see where they're grouping, see if we can actually get a little bit of a foot in the door, see if we can spot a gap or a weakness in some of the defenses. You know, you can play 2-2. We've seen some very, very fantastic 2-2 split gameplays coming out on Miramar from some teams in the past seasons, where they just have some phenomenal defense patterns that they can pull off if your team is able to coordinate successfully on that front. So definitely lots of potential here in a map like Miramar and in this game. And right now we've got Hunter, just a little bit of an engagement there for him, putting a few shots across to see if he can get anything cheeky. And speaking of cheeky, it's actually going to be Exist. Unique getting the cheeky peek. And that's exactly what we're talking about here. This can come through, and Unique is looking for the engagements here. Nerf Me trying desperately to land those shots with the 14, but it's not working. Has to jump to the vehicle low on HP and has to retreat very, very quickly. These are the long-range engagements that we talk about. Sleepy now coming in to try and find something back in the side of the Rilla Insiders, but the rotation's coming through a little bit too quickly. Some shots coming in from the third parties, but is it going to be enough to get some elims onto the Rilla Insiders matrix, getting to cover, and Sleepy just looking for something?
Yeah, I would say, yeah, this was the position I'm actually looking for right there from Psycho, getting on top of that roof to get a better angle. And now would just be a good time for Insider to, just keep on making their rotation, because that man out there, you just let him be, man, because if you try to go back for him, this team is sideman is probably going to just hammer in on and get the remainder of the team. Yeah, just as I said, I'm pretty sure Matrix himself is like, you guys, let me be. It's a done one for you. And this is the risky part about making rotations out here in Miramar. You could get caught out in the open really quickly. So you have to be mentally prepared to lose one or two players if you don't make your rotations as early as possible, which we all know it sometimes happens because you don't have the right kind of loot, or you've not been able to satisfy what you need. The loot spawn was just a bit disappointing on your head. Well, as it stands right now, Sidemen right now are down to just 3 players and are looking to actually make work of it onto Unique, as Unique is, just pinning them down in that building, making sure they can't have too much of space to breathe, even though Miramar is a really, really large map right now. As that is going to be happening, we still got Delta off on a distance, also sending in shots towards the enemy teams right there. And man, it's actually quite interesting to see that in each one of these maps we get enough engagements between zone 1 and zone 2. Miramar, Sanhok, Erangel, Pachi.
Yeah, nice to see that we do have some good tempo coming in. It's always great when you see some of the earlier engagements come through and the teams are confident to make something happen, because of course, it's no good when you see the teams just sitting around doing nothing for the entirety of the early game. It's definitely a waste. We've spoken about that in past seasons quite often, about how some of the teams were lacking the utilization of that. And it's good to see that they have, over the seasons, definitely stepped that up in a huge way, utilizing each, sector of the game, each sort of progression of the game, from one section to the next, one pacing to the next, early game to mid game to late game. And it's good to see that they have that utilization coming through for them right now. The Sidemen's still looking for something. Oh, but Phoenix actually just going to get absolutely bombarded there with the bullets. The car will blow up, and that's going to be the end of their live. Unique and not really able to bring anything back. Hainsley is looking for a potential move in, but not really able to find anything. The crosshairs are just too laser focused on that knock there from the Sidemen. So it should be a confirmed kill coming through for them any moment. And now here comes Exist with a nice spray in towards Psycho. Sleepy and Psycho getting taken down, and that's exactly the flank that they were looking for. That's exactly the positioning that they needed. They were distracted and they have been punished for it, and now Exist is going to come swooping on in to pick up the kills, to save the day for the team and just confirm a lot of points for the... Here comes the nade. This could be a huge one, depending on if it actually lands. Looking over the side, looking for a cheeky play, and very barely just misses as the player walks around the corner, but there it is. Exist looking for the damage, and it should be a confirmed kill, and it is. There come the rest of the teammates, the knocks, the coffins getting nailed, and there it is. Sidemen are eliminated here. They will be the first team to go out, I think, here. 14 teams now remaining as we move in towards zone number 4 here on Miramar. but we still have plenty of fighting to do. Viper, you said a little bit earlier just how some of the teams need to start getting a bit used to the loot situation. You know, you mentioned it just now that sometimes the teams find themselves in a bit of a tough spot in terms of rotation and in terms of being able to do things because they're out of, you know, they don't have the loot that they were looking for, they don't have the positioning they were looking for. And what you mentioned just a little bit earlier in the broadcast was actually that some of the teams need to get used to being able to operate with minimal loot, you know, with suboptimal gear. And I think that's definitely something that can come into the conversation. Yeah, the teams that are most capable with operating on what they have rather than spending the extra time to actually try and find everything they need, you know, can definitely be an argument. You know, if you have that tempo advantage and you've got what you need to operate, you say, okay, well, I've got a gun and I've got a level 1 best, I can go and fight now. And you find someone who's totally not expecting to take a fight, you definitely catch them off guard, and that's definitely something to talk about here. But now, speaking of talking about, we've got Mad Knights to talk about, who have been an absolute dominating force all day long, and now they are in the crosshairs of Team Unique.
Yeah, really, really nice work right there from Mad Knight, finding themselves just on the eastern part of that particular circle. And as I said earlier on, when it comes to loot and whatnot, Mad Knights, come on, these guys are not giving them a breather at this point in time. Exists forced to use that bike to its advantage really quickly. But I will take it us. I will just make a quick rewind. You know, take us back a little bit. The play right there from Unique to Sidemen was absolutely brilliant. They made a bait. They baited them by making them think every single one of their players had left that position and rotated towards the zone. It was quite beautiful. Like the bait was just perfectly set. But right there, we can see Mad Knight setting up pretty on that eastern part of the zone, waiting to see if they could catch a couple of players. And yes, they were able to catch some of the players right up there, pick up a couple of kills from Team Unique. But right now, it's going to be Insiders going against the guys from BJE, just sharing that particular loot building. Pachi?
Yeah, it certainly will be Blackjack Esports with control of the building here on the top of the hill, just above the Rilla Insiders. Slay and Trip have control of the compound just below that. In the kill feed, Unique and a Black Crystal going at a BBC, and of course, Trinity Gaming going at it as well. Sunny getting a nice elimination there as the fights are continuing on that side of the map. Right here, we've got zone number 4 moving in towards zone number 5. Things are getting a little bit spicy here in the north and west sides of the map. You can see we've got Aatrox, Sincerity, and Delta Squad there on the west. Up in the north, it's an absolute cluster of teams coming through there. We've got Chaos, we've got BBC, we've got Black Crystal, we've got Unique and EFX and Trinity at BBCX. It's just absolute chaos. Blackjack still taking the fire here. Sincerity also taking some damage there in the kill feed. Aatrox the same, getting LMG beamed by Muffin. There's Zane looking for Delta Gaming, looking for a few kills in that direction. Oh, Sincerity just tearing through Aatrox. I think that looks like an elimination there. Even absolute devastation coming through up in the north of the map.
Yeah, that is Sincerity, but I see that M249 and I'm like, yeah, he's putting in the work right there. And yeah, definitely that work is enough, as I think they've just been taken out. I think Sincerity has also been taken out right now by Delta. I'm not too sure about that. Don't take my word for it. But yeah, it just seems like we still got Insiders looking to get a cheeky knock right onto the Blackjack Esports. They're actually working for it, but right in the background of this, might be waiting to get that third party in, might just be pushing in the nick of time. It's going to be the guys from Underrated Esports also holding a position not too far off as BBCX pops up right up on the kill feed, looking to do some more damage onto Chaos right now. There is a lot of chaos happening on every single part of the map. Every single team is feeling the brunt of whatever is happening right now, as Black Clover is sending in the shots towards Team EFX, and now is the time to make use of the topography of Miramar. You've got so many dips and hills all around. Smokes are going to be coming out. We would have the vehicles. Now this is where your vehicles turn into solid cover for you, because at this point in time you might not need that much of mobility. You just need a lot more of cover right now. But I do love what BBC has got going on right now, sending one man forward and then keeping people behind him to just give him that cover. But now they will be forced to make their push into that zone. But they are smart team. They will be able to work that one out. They are up to 2 kills at the moment. Patchy, it's zone 5, and we still have 12 teams all up alive right now in this map.
We certainly do, and that just means things are going to get extra chaotic in the next few moments as that zone getting very small. I mean, you can see on the mini-map already that zone is looking very, very small, very restricting the teams, very confined to these spots, and they have to be careful. Like you said, might even want to start blowing those vehicles up just for the extra hard cover. Black Crystal getting eliminated, so it's 11 teams remaining. Some smokes coming down, a little bit of vision obscurity coming through. Chaos now trying to maintain their position up here on the top of the hill, trying to defend the spot from so many angles. BBC coming in with Sunny, just putting those long-range shots in with that M4. You were talking about Viper. We were talking about those M4s here. They are just doing absolute damage. Sticks got his own M4 in hand, putting the hits in towards Tricks there. Chaos just finding themselves in a untenable situation, cannot get out of there no matter which way you swing it. Just too many crosshairs, too much exposure, not able to make it happen. 9 teams remaining, 22 players left here. For luck, moving through in towards the smoke. We have a Delta just up ahead of them, and there's Sticks putting the shots in towards Chaos. He wants to collect. Unique also just ahead of them, under fire as well. The nades coming through. Exist tries to claim the lives of Frieza and Minato, but they've got to do a little bit more work for that. Hainsley trying to move on up. Team EFX getting eliminated in the meantime. So that's 8 teams now remaining. 21 players left alive. And here comes the push from Hainsley and Exist. This could be it for Frieza and Minato. Minato decides to swing wide. But is that going to be the right decision? Frieza now coming out to support. Comes around the side. And there's the knock. That's exactly what they were looking for. Chaos able to just defend the position, but Sincerity getting eliminated in the meantime as well. Unique taking some damage, and the eliminations going backwards and forwards. Chaos, of course, having been eliminated, and all of these teams just losing player after play. We've got 6 teams now remaining. Blackjack Esports still in this one. They have control of the south of the zone, up against Delta up in the north of the zone. The rest of the teams still have to make their way into safety, and we'll see if they can make it happen.
It's actually quite interesting to point out at this point in time that Mad Knight is actually not taking too much of a fight right now. They're just taking it a bit slow, scouting out the area, trying to make sure they know the position of the enemy. But it does seem like BJ is going to be a bit of a cog in their wheel, as you can see already. Making their way into this zone, they might need to make a decision to try and take out BJE to get themselves situated into that zone. It's already 5 teams left up alive, and they are top 5 already, looking still strong on this one. Maybe not too they've not picked up a lot of kills in this particular match, just 1, but we will never know when they will turn it around. And BJE looking really, really solid in their current position, but Delta as well not looking too bad with 8 kill points to them. This might just be Delta's 40. Miramar might just be their 40 in this particular match right there. BJE, Delta has that beautiful angle onto BJE. In fact, Delta has the beautiful angle onto everyone. They have the height advantage, and they could look down towards every single team around this part in that little northwestern region of the circle that they've got themselves in. But it just seems like Mad Knight doesn't want to give up at this point in time. They need to get that revive. They want to get into that final zone with a full squad. You can see them flying up ahead straight towards BJE, but BJE is gonna where are those shots coming from? Tyson! Look at that flank from Tyson, Bachi.
Oh, it could be something. I mean, you could say what you want about Mad Knights. You could say that, oh, well, they're just overrated. Oh, all the teams are holding back. But right now, Mad Knights have come to play, and they are having so much fun. It doesn't matter what they do now. They've got 100 points. They can play the game. They can do whatever they like. They can play for funsies, because that's all that they've got to worry about right now. because they are just sitting quite pretty. Now, they have made it up into the top 3 once again. They have come to play as they have done all season long here in the group stages. We've got Zane here from Blackjack Esports prepping those nades in towards midnight. Tyson and Ammo very close to death. They are on the brink. One nade could end it all for them, but Zane taking a few bits of damage in there from the team up on that hill. This is a tough spot, and he's just trying to throw the utility all over the show. But can it be enough to save him? Oh, Delta putting some shots in. That's Silver finding Cheddar. Shoto getting the confirm as well. Delta just asserting their dominance here in the final zone, ready to pick up these kills, ready to pick up a potential chicken dinner mid. The Mad Knights, they're just playing on the back line here. They don't want to overextend. They don't want to over push. They're like, okay, it's fine. You can take them out. We'll let you do that, and then we'll 1v1 you afterwards. So right now, Delta squad in the driver's seat.
Yeah, Delta squad taking the wheel completely right now, and it seems they also need to make that way down of that particular hill. They've got about 15 seconds to make that move, but BJE, while that 15 seconds is counting down, is putting in the work onto the guy from Mad Knight real quick, but not without the oversight of Delta squad giving the confirmation onto that angle as well. Ice Savage currently pinned down behind that particular vehicle. I would love to see how Mad Knight is going to play this one out. They will get out of this position they've got right now, because man, the position that Delta is, staying in right now is just absolutely beautiful, absolutely commanding, absolutely like a dictator sport, sending in the shots left, right, center. But the zone might actually change that a little bit, but we would love to see how each one of these teams is going to handle them. The smokes are going to be ringing out, the grenades. This is almost like a mini red zone right now. Yep, that's going to be a confirmation, and we are down to 2 teams. It is a 4v4 with Delta squad going all out against Mad Knight. This is absolutely wonderful, Pachi.
It is, and it's crazy to see both of these teams bring a full squad into the end game, and now it's a battle for the final, the battle for the chicken dinner of the final map here of today's games. And here comes Floki with a flank, but he gets taken down almost immediately. The shots coming in from the Mad Knights. It's absolutely nuts, but Delta's squad manage to consolidate. They manage to find those shots, and there it is. Delta squad pick up the chicken dinner. A fantastic game for them. Some nice kills in the pocket, some nice boost to the points. The Mad Knights coming in the second place, but they are feeling very happy about that as well. And overall, just a fantastic performance.
Yeah, really, really.
This win from the side of Delta squad, that is the end of the evening's maps. We've obviously seen Erangel, Sanhok, and now concluding on the Miramar side of things. Patchy, were you impressed by what Delta squad did here? And also talk to me about how difficult it must have been for everybody else who had to share a lobby with Delta squad and the Mad Knights.
Well, I mean, just on the face of Delta squad, I mean, 2k damage, 16 elims. They got a very nice 31 points for that game. So certainly a good performance from them. I would like to see a little bit more from them. It's a good performance here. I want to see some consistency going into the next few matches that we see from them. We've seen consistency from the Mad Knights over these 3 games, and the same thing from the games that we had from last week. So I want to see a similar thing coming out from Delta squad to really, complete that impressiveness. But certainly an impressive game nonetheless coming out from them, and certainly tussling with a team that is able to bring all of their players into the end game is always going to be difficult. The rest of the team's having a little bit of a struggle with that, especially, Sneh, you mentioned this earlier. So a lot of the Miramar tactics is is, oh, look, there's a team over there. Let's kill one of their guys and leave. So, bringing all of your team into the final zone can be a very difficult thing, but they managed it, and so they caused a lot of problems for the rest of the teams, and they were able to get those elims, get the finals that they wanted. It was a nice 4v4. It's not often that you have full team versus full team in the end game, so that was very, very nice. And then they were able to hold their own against the likes of the Mad Knights. So yeah, well done to them.
Very well done to them, and well done to a special player. Want to see who got our MVP vote here in this third and deciding map. And of course here, Viper, there's no way it wasn't going to be somebody from some of these teams that end very highly. It might not be a player from Delta, might not be a player from the Mad Knights, but this Team Unique squad, they've been consistent throughout the day. They haven't gotten the top 3 slots, but they've always been ending in the top 5, top 6 throughout the day. And this time around, Hansley showing that he's also capable of showing us some skill in terms of getting these eliminations. 6 in total for them. What did you make of Team Unique within this map and just within the day overall, even though they didn't do as well as some of the other squads?
Yeah, at least this is an improvement coming in from last week's game that they had, and I'm really looking to see a lot more for them from the coming weeks. But so far, I would say kudos to the team and their IGL for at least bringing up their team up to this particular level. And come on, they've got a man out there on that MVP list. That's definitely counting for something in my books.
Yeah, knocking Mad Knights off that perch for the first time in the evening. And we're going to see now how this is going to impact the overall rankings. In this match, of course, Team Unique did end up being second, getting 18 total points for themselves. This is one of the few times, you were mentioning it, Patchy, the Mad Knights, they decided to play a bit more relaxed. They weren't necessarily going all in for those kills. I mean, at some point, Viper was even talking about how they sort of were coasting and cruising. And we see that reflected in the fact that they got barely any eliminations this time around, but they didn't necessarily need them. The teams that did need to do well here, Blackjack Esports, Underrated Esports, Delta Squad, they were able to do something and show us that they're not comfortable and they're not happy with languishing at the bottom half of the ranking board. You were mentioning it before we came in onto Miramar, Patchy, that if you are one of those squads, lower ranked, this is your last opportunity to try and make sure that when you equalize the games, you also equalize the points. So how are we feeling about these squads here from Group A and D? And what do you think their prospects are going to be going forward in the next couple of weeks?
Well, I mean, I mentioned this a little bit earlier on when the season began. I said, if you can get 5 points per match, you're not doing too badly. I mean, obviously you want in excess of that. I mean, if you can get double digits, that's always absolutely fantastic. The closer to 10 you can get, the better. We were seeing trends like 10 points per match, I think, from some of the teams on that overall leaderboard. And I think that's sort of just, that's cruising in, that's making sure that you don't drop down too fast. Some of the teams were not successful in being able to find that sort of 10 point per match goal, which is, a little bit of a tough time for them, but it's not the end of the world. If you're picking up kills and if you're just picking up points in general, you're aiming for that sort of 5 points per match to try and move yourself through and get yourself through the group stages. This is the beginning of the group stage. And once we have the next set of groups equalize in terms of matches, then there will be an even playing ground moving in towards the end of the group stages. So, I mean, just from that point, you've managed to just sort of coast your way through the beginning of the group stages. You're maybe a little bit more warmed up, a little bit more ready and prepared. You have some VODs to review. You have some practicing to do, some strats to pull up. So you can definitely do a lot of brushing up before the second half of the group stages. So definitely it's not down and out for any of the teams, really. Definitely it's not down and out just yet, based off of what we see here. There's definitely a lot of work to do for some of the teams, but it's not impossible. We have seen comebacks from far greater deficits.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, we're going to be seeing what today's games mean for the overall rankings and how this is going to reflect on the Umzansi Esports League Season 5 going into the second day of the second week tomorrow. Mad Knights, of course, are going to be far and away the number one team here, accruing 117 points, over the course of 6 matches. Had they gotten 3 more points, they would have literally had double the points of both Blackjack Esports and Team Unique, who were bringing up the rear there in the second and third slots. Team Apex on 50, obviously they were the ones that have only played from last week, and Solo Esports is another team to take very careful account of here, Viper. This is very concerning if you're one of the teams that's like on page 2, page 3 of these rankings, because if you're Team Apex, Solo Esports, right, one good day. Patchy was mentioning it earlier that all it requires is resilience to come and show up on one day. And for those squads, we can see the difference it makes, right? Even though they have
Yeah.
half the games of the teams that are around them, they still, off the strength of those games, find themselves in the top 8 right now. And I'm pretty sure they're going to stay here and only increase their lead as time goes on.
Yeah, definitely. Imagine if Team Apex comes, I'm not going jinxing them or anything, but if they come in the next games and they accrue a total of 30 points for the all 3 matches, they're still up on the first page. Definitely they are cruising their way, towards getting into that next stage. At this point in time, they are not too pressed, they are not too pressured. They get to, experiment their play style. They get confidence in how they play. Confidence is a lot in this game. It really helps you when you make decisions, because decision making really requires a calm, confident mind. And yeah, it's definitely going to show in their gameplay and in their results as well.
Yep. Speaking of how confidence can have an impact on results here, Patchy, one thing that is very bad for confidence is if you're winning some of these rounds, you get a winner chicken dinner on a map, but you still don't necessarily place that highly, as we see from Zero Tolerance Skills and Aatrox as we do go down further on the rankings here. When you have these wins, right? Now that it's become very apparent that the teams that are going to end at the very top, the teams that are going to be challenging for the playoff positions, are going to be teams that are racking up more kills than they are placements. It's starting to seem like, when we were looking at the point structure earlier and they had the box for eliminations and made that look like that's the bonus points, isn't it starting to feel like the placement points are the bonuses here, and what you're actually after is eliminations if you want to be in that top 8?
I mean, yeah, that really is what it is. I mean, if you think about it, you have...
Oh no, I believe we might have been experiencing darkness for our boy Patchy there. He did warn us about this prior, but Viper, how do you feel about this particular thing? He was going to explain to us his thoughts on the matter, but what do you think it does to a team to be able to win things out with placement points but not be good at the eliminations? How do you get better at that aspect of the game so that you can get as maximum point return from each of these maps?
Yeah, so it all depends on how you ended up with your placement points in the first place. Some teams just like to sit it out, let the others, wiggle it in the battlefield, and they just come in the last part of the match and then, just try and get that placement points. If you're that kind of team, then the mindset needs to change. You need to play it not too safe as well, don't be too aggressive. Play to your teammates' strengths, and definitely you will see results coming from that one in particular. But if you're also a team that you hear a fight, you turn away from that, definitely you probably should rethink that. You probably should start taking those fights, start looking for ways to actively get those elimination points, because in this particular Umzansi season 5, they seem to count for a lot right now.
Yeah, they are everything. Sadly, though, a lot of these teams have failed to get as many eliminations as we would like. And as we look at the teams that are at the very bottom right now of the overall rankings, these are teams that need to try and pick up the pace. These are teams that need to figure out how to get these kills, how to get these placement points, because if you are in this position of being 25th to 32nd, it's not only that you are losing out potentially on getting a part of that massive prize pool that only elevates the higher you go in the placements. It's also now, Viper, you have considerations about can you even remain in the league at all. The Umzansi Esports League, each and every season, we give an opportunity for players and teams that come in from the Ngozi Super Cup to get this promotion into the league. But that comes at a cost, Viper. Somebody has to get relegated. And now, after these 3 weeks, 3 games for most of the people here, it's fine. Most of the teams are okay. But if you're like Black Crystal right now, I am very worried for the squad at the moment. Let's pretend you're their coach. What are you going to tell them to make sure that they don't give up, that they stay, and that they keep competing, even though it's looking quite dicey for them right now?
As a coach for this kind of team, it's going to be really difficult work, but as the coach, you have to be the one exuding confidence towards your team, I must say, because you want them to see that you are not jittery from what the results are currently saying. You want to project some sort of confidence onto your team that there's still a possibility of them getting that job done. And you also have to go back to the drawing table and find out what can you do differently from what you've been coaching your guys to do that would give them a better result.
Absolutely. Those results will require practice, will require that kind of conversation amongst the team itself, and will require them to come back as strong as humanly possible because it's been a very rough thing, these opening 6 games, but they can still make a lot of recovery, as Patchy was mentioning earlier on. And of course, we have quite a lot of teams still coming up to play tomorrow on the second day. But as we round off this evening, looking at these elimination leaders, it's obviously going to be Mad Night. Black Knight Esports, they did actually do a pretty good job. 11 eliminations over the course of the day. And Solo Playboy, repping Solo Esports, got 11 kills as well. Pretty high total tally there, but for me, the standout player of the evening. Yes, Savage has 17 eliminations, but the Beast was on point every single map here, Viper. More importantly, survived the longest amount of time on average that we see here, and also posted up the highest damage numbers. If I'm another squad here, what do I do to try and deal with the Beast if he's in this kind of form for the Mad Knights?
At this point in time, I think it's just best to run your own race. You know, looking at someone like the Beast and trying to match up with him is probably just going to keep setting you back, because he's going to keep going and you keep trying to, catch up to him. So you need to try and find a way to catch a niche, carve a niche for yourself and, get yourself to be the best version of that you can be.
That certainly makes sense. There is one thing that I just quickly want to talk about still, right? You're talking about how you want to make sure you run your own race. Just focus on improving your own squad. Don't be too overly concerned with what other teams are doing, especially if you haven't mastered your own game style at that point in time. One of the great things about having this league, of course, is the opportunity to go back, watch VODs, go back and watch the games that have been played and try to figure out exactly what's happened, right? For any aspiring PUBG mobile players out there, Viper, how much time should they be dedicating to looking back at their replays and trying to figure out how to improve?
I reckon in as much as it is a teamwork, teams should have their meetings to check the VODs for probably 3 to 4 hours on a weekend or something, and then each player on their own needs to go back on each one of these VODs and watch over and over to see the loopholes, to see their mistakes, to see where the enemy got the upper hand, and create a scenario in which they could actually be the one that comes out on top in every single one of these kind of situations.
All right. With those wise words from Coach Viper, we will be closing out the first day of the second week in the Umzansi Esports League. This is the 5th season, brought to you once again by Nodwin Gaming Africa. Please make sure that you go show some love to Nodwin Gaming Africa on the social pages. Show some love as well to those who have brought you this entertainment. Show some love towards Viper. Show some love towards Patchy, who unfortunately had to drop off because of some electricity woes. But no matter what happens in the lights of the country, we keep the lights on here at the Umzansi Esports League. So we will see you tomorrow to continue the FIFA action, to continue the PUBG action, and to continue to see who is the best of the best of the best within the African continent. Until then, we love you and we'll see you tomorrow. Please make sure you join refreshed, hydrated, and ready for this wonderful Umzansi Esports League action.